Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-da-dum.
Two more until our 1-year anniversary and he still hasn't told me he loves me.
Hello, thank you for the sub. Oh, hey, Nodlin. 2 more months until our 1-year anniversary. He hasn't told me he loves me. I mean, is it really my fault, though? If you're not deserving of verbal affection, then you're not deserving of verbal affection. I don't know how to cut it to you, you know? I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat it. You're just not worth my time. You're not worth my money, not worth my time, you're not worth my attention. You are worth enough for me to accept your money, but just...
Ready for battle.
To what?
2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Why? Why did it mute? Is that Chopin? Is that Chopin? What is that? Doing fine, good justice, thank you. Get here before the Discord pinging this is how you're treated? Bro, what do you expect? Is it, it's Mozart, that's right, it's Mozart. I could hear the piano in my head, I can't remember what it is. I'm terrible with classical music names. I know a lot of classical music songs, but I don't know classical music names. Is it gonna be O2 versus Infernal? Maybe. Maybe. I'm more of a Vivaldi and Bach enjoyer myself, personally. Okay. Let's do our coaching session real fast. So we have a coaching session, quick replay review, 30-minute replay review, and then we have our lovely OWL review. 5 maps. I'm not going to tell you which game, guys. 5 maps in APAC region, and it's the best game ever, and it featured O2. But I'm not going to tell you the game, guys. It's a surprise. Moonlight Sonata is pretty good, yeah. That's probably one of my favorites. That's might be my favorite from Mozart. Obviously, the Ninth Symphony is really good too. I'm a big Tchaikovsky fan. Oh, I would kiss that man on the lips. Oh, his stuff is so good. 1812, the Swan Lake. Oh, those songs, so many good songs are so good. Oh my goodness. So good. So good. Ugh. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so VOD review. We're gonna quickly zoom through this form here. Plat 4. I think mechanically I'm fine, but game sense lacks. Makes sense. What do you hope to get out of the session? Understanding of some sort of flaw that is holding you back from ranking up or carrying in games. Okay. Let's keep going here. What are your long-term goals? GM by July of this year. It's a little bit ambitious. And number 1. Okay, that's definitely pretty ambitious. Let's just focus on one step at a time. I think the thing is that when you're aiming for Grandmaster in Overwatch, you're aiming for the top 1% of players. So you have to work really hard to get there, and it's not always feasible for everybody to get. So what I would do is, if your goal is Grandmaster, your goal should be to get to Diamond. And then you get Diamond, and then your goal should be to get to Masters. When you're aiming high and only high, and you're not looking at the steps all the way, so let's put it this way. Here's the best analogy that I can get, okay? If you're like looking up at the sky, and you're gonna get to the sky, and you're not looking where you're gonna fall, right? So if you wanna go high, you gotta keep your head down, you gotta look up occasionally to remind yourself of where you're walking to, and remind yourself of why you're walking. But you gotta actually look down for each step. You know what I'm saying? Because the problem with not looking down is not only will you fumble and fall, but you also forget that you're making progress. Because the thing is when you aim really high, you guys know how you look at mountains in the distance, right? It doesn't feel like they're getting any closer. But if you look down at your feet, you'll go, holy crap. Look how many steps I've taken, bro. Look at all those steps. Look at all those steps. And that's gonna give you the motivation and encouragement to keep going. That's going to give you the motivation to keep going. So if your goal is the Grandmaster number 1, I respect it. Thank you, Doc. How do I do it? I wish I could tell you, but I can't. I honestly don't know. I think it was just, honestly, I'm a genetic freak in every shape, I say, in every meaning of the term. The analogy doesn't need some work. It's perfect. It's actually perfect. So you got to take one step at a time. You can keep looking up to remind yourself of why you're going, but you got to take one step at a time. Okay. Tracer, Ashe, and Mei. I like the hero pool. So if you're looking to get to Diamond, what I would aim for is around 1.5 hours to 2 hours of rank per day if you have the time. And then obviously playing only Tracer, Ashe, and Mei in ranked when you can. Try to keep your warm-up short, 5, 10, 15 minutes, and then only play rank. Try to solo queue, practice solo queue, playing those heroes. Okay? Which one is this? 36 at least. This is not including the ones off of stream. What do you feel is holding you back from improving? Probably being exposed to too many angles, not knowing how to capitalize off of my tank, and also affect the backline. 12 hours of sleep per night. That's a lot of sleep. Good for you though. I'm glad. Listen, I'd rather see 12 than 2. You know, so we love to see it. Hello, no creativity. Okay. Starlando, are you in chat? If you are in chat, let me know. Or if you can hear me and aren't in chat and you want to type in Discord, please let me know. Because I want to make sure that you are here. You are. Okay, we're good to go. Do you have any questions so far, Starlando? Did you hear? So Starlando is typing in Discord. There's no amount of sleep this man looks like? Never, no. If you're not sleeping 46 hours a weekend, you're trolling. Not yet, I understand. Okay, let's take a look here. So Plat Tracer, let's take a look here. Everything with Tracer is about taking a good angle and pressuring the angle from good timing. Ladies and gentlemen, get your Temple Run gameplay because we're talking fundamentals. So you might need something to be doing. Might want to take a jog, start cooking, anything to keep you distracted. So you are the tank right now. And that's not always a bad thing, but that's usually not a good thing, all right? What I mean by that is when you are the one pushing here, either it's contesting cart, you are the first one that everybody's eyes come to, which means that you're going to be the first one that they're going to shoot at, which means that you're either going to die or you're going to be cleared out quickly. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Tracer is a pretty mobile DPS, and she's pretty tanky in actual reality. And the fact that, because she's so quick, she's so mobile. Lottery bags, thanks for the sub, mate. So she can survive a long time. But what I would prefer you to do is to be a little more patient here and let your queen bait the attention first. And then, as you can attack from tunnel and do exactly what you're doing. But let your queen bait the attention first. Any advice how to become more confident in taking fights? Question for another time. Drop in, ask Spilo, if you don't mind. So you're doing the right thing by taking the angle there, But because you did it too early, it was very easy for them to clear it out. Do you see that? Tracer's the type of hero that it can go first, but I'd prefer you to go second. So see your tank take space, or they start to push into your team, then you take an angle, okay? Take an angle, take an angle, take an angle. So your queen is fighting right now. So you need to be engaged. You need to be taking an angle. That angle could be here. That angle could be here. That angle could be taking high ground and fighting the far off from up here. But we need to be engaged, right? Good, 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 good. Oh, unfortunate. That's okay. Good. So you see, this is not being the tank. This is playing second. Okay? Check it. And we know that because if we look at 1, 2, 3, 4 members of the enemy team, they're all focused on your team. This Ana's going to should get no help, or if she does get help, maybe your queen can kill their queen because the Mercy's not healing her. Long story short, there's a much higher chance that you're actually going to be able to get pressure here and actually get a kill, which is what we want. So I went to the wrong person. Love to see it. Now she's getting Mercy Beam, but that's okay. I would not have recalled here. You've already baited cooldowns, right? Did she use Sleep Dart or am I smoking something? She did. Okay. So you've baited Sleep Dart. I would continue to play this cover here and keep distracting. You see, okay. Yeah, well, cheers, all the way back. Thanks for the message, mate. Okay. Recently, thank you for the sub, mate. 3 years. Holy crap, dude.
3 years.
Okay.
Sheesh.
Chat, what should the Tracer do right now? Recently, thanks for the 36 months, mate. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I need to change the elo really fast, actually. My bad. Let's fix that really quick. I don't even need the hero. If you can't see the hero on your screen, then you need help. Okay. Yoan, thanks for the sub, mate. All this Tracer needs to do now is live. Live. That's it. You see, here's the mentality with Tracer. If the fight has started and it's a 1v1, you win. Okay? Do you hear me? You win. Now, if you mess up and you start to die, don't, die for it. But you should be trying to win every 1v1 you take. Okay? But as soon as that 1v1 turns into a 2v1, your goal is no longer to win. Your goal is to survive. Hey, Megan, thank you for the sub. So, if that Ana's 1 HP, you can go for the kill. But you're already doing a ton for your team right now. Because if just by forcing the Mercy and Queen and Ana to turn around now, Signora's cooked. You see that? This Genji should die now. And you're also very well equipped to survive because you have recall and you'll have blink soon to get out again. This Genji won't be able to get out. So if it's a 1v1, win it. If it's a 2v1, and unless they're like 1 HP, then obviously go for the kill. Then just survive, keep cover, bait, blinks, waste their time, waste their time, waste their time. Let your team get a resource advantage, you win. You won't win every fight doing this way, but you'll win the majority of fights doing it. Okay? You timed this one well. You went in right after your queen. You came in from a good angle. You baited Sleep Dart. I would have liked to have seen you play cover well, but from here, the idea is to live. And you do. And then look at the kill feed. So my main point here is I would have liked you to have seen play cover better. I would not have liked to have seen the recall so soon as a result, but you did the good enough at the basics to where the kill feed presented itself. Nicely done. Now, go back in. Be careful because you don't have recall, but you can poke a little bit here. Your queen is engaged. And now we do it again, right? Survive. You see? Because now the Far and the Honor are shooting at you. And now you're back out again. Now, if your Junker Queen dies here, it's not your fault. You did a good job. You're doing a really good job, mate. Okay. Go set up an angle again. Don't blink through them. I know you're like, I keep taking that angle. Okay, if you keep taking that angle, then you could at this point in time wrap up the stairs. But you actually get axed because you're front lining here. It's a bit tragic. Yeah, so you lose your angle. You lose your angle pretty heavily here, and then you're trading on front line and not doing a whole lot here. So it's a little bit tragic. Hey, Tabata. How are you? A little bit of one of the pole spawns of all time. Isn't that what the kids say nowadays? Ah, you got rolled. Okay. I'm liking so far what you're doing fundamentally. Just how you're doing it isn't always as good. Could he have taken the left angle? Absolutely. Yeah, so you can also wrap here and flank from here and flank from here. We talked a little bit about that earlier. Okay, so Starlando, Landon Star, do you have any questions in my Discord? Type them up if you got any. So far we're looking at some of the angles that you're taking could be a little bit better. I would like you to be following the tank instead of going before the tank a little bit more. And then as soon as you recognize the 2v1, play to live, don't play for the kill. Been saying that phrase for a while now. I don't know what you're talking about. Barry is just so contrarian. I don't understand. It must be this new Zoomer mindset of just being miserable all the time. Okay, so let's talk about this right here. Your positioning right now is, as the kids say, terrible. You do not have a good off angle on the right. You do not have a good off angle on the left. You have not even tried to go through tunnel and wrap around behind. You are standing inside of your own backline. You're doing no pressure whatsoever. You're no Zoomer. You act like one. You need to set up an angle here. You need to set up an angle. You can't be sitting here trading with the queen. You can't sit here and trade with the queen. You're doing nothing. You're doing nothing. You're doing nothing. You're still doing nothing. You're still doing nothing. Now you're peeling on a nano queen who's not even 1 HP. You did nothing. So we went from being Superman. Actually, a better analogy, you went from being me to Superman this past fight. And by that I mean worthless. So really took a step back in terms of pressure output there. I'm not contrarian, you're contrarian. Love to see it. You're tanking. You're tanking. You're going in first.
Got Zen in my first Mystery Heroes game after our coaching session and went 28-0. Thanks again, Spiro.
Congrats, mate. I think. I appreciate the bits. Congratulations. I am indeed the world's greatest Mystery Heroes coach. You're welcome. Oh, jeez. Okay. Yeah, you're tanking here. So you're the one initially going out. Now you might be doing this because you want to like quickly get to the Ana before the touch happens. But again, like I said, just be careful because remember, by being here first, there will be attention put on you, right? You see this? This Genji turns around, this Mercy's turning around because you drove their attention first. Now that will mean that your queen walks out for free. But remember, I'm less concerned about your queen walking out for free. I'm more concerned about you walking out for free. You're the one with 150 HP. So I would prefer you to be a little bit later here. You're doing a good job. I love the movement. I love the distraction. And again, here, it's like you might lose this fight because they have an ult and you don't. But you're playing this one well. You're good. You're good. Maybe you get out. Maybe. Maybe. All right. Just stay behind everything all game and dominate it. That's awesome, dude. Glad to hear it though, mate. Keep up the good work. All right, on an angle. You're tanking. You're tanking. Again, look at your team. Look at your tank. Now, you might be trying to distract for your echo, in which case I'm gonna cut you some slack. But again, you need to be very careful about your timing. Case in point, everybody and their mother's looking at you, so you freaking flip out and run away. But what would have happened if you'd waited until now and started to use this exact same flank? Now nobody's looking at you, right? So your tracer fundamentals initially, right? After that, puny. What do they have like the stupid the Mickey Mouse cartoons, or like the muscle goes like and it goes right. My arm is way too tight and beefy for me to be able to replicate that, but you guys could close your eyes and imagine that. Sorry, my bodily perfection sometimes limits my coaching. It's just one of the few drawbacks that I have. Okay, and then obviously here the problem is that you're coming back from spawn and then you don't have an angle because you're coming back from spawn, so now you have to set up an angle, but the fight's already started. Like, yes, this is a mistake, but it's okay. It's a goofy error. This is not something to worry about. Go next fight. Go eat some chips to coach better. That wouldn't even work. Like I said, it's not even like my body just transcends like physiology, right? I could eat nothing but like I could blend Whoppers and what's happening to my stream? And I could drink it through a straw and it wouldn't matter. What happened? What happened?
This guy thinks he's a coach. Jokes aside, you're amazing and thanks for what you do.
Thank you very much. I don't know what just happened. It's not showing up on my... Oh, it don't know? It doesn't show up on my phone. Well, thank you so much. Let me try and dig up the thing here. It didn't show up. It never happens. Why do I hear my voice twice now? Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Where? Hello? Activity feed. Bizarre. No, you're good, lottery bags. I don't even know. Thank you for the $6,000. Or I feel like an idiot. Wait. Do I have to go back in my own stream VOD to find out how much the donation was for? This is like the most scuffed thing I've ever done. And that's saying something. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you, lottery bags. Okay, never mind. We're good. That was very generous of you. Okay, but yes, blending of whoppers would have no effect. Body made of titanium, that sort of thing. Get a little healing here. Yeah, so like you really want to be quick through this door out to the flank if you can, or if that's not an option, you can rotate through here up through high ground and utilize the flank from here and wrap around either Contestiana. So yeah. Thank you so much, Lottery Bags. No, that's super generous of you. I don't get to hear that notification enough. It's really tragic. I had like 3 or 4 filet mignons this week. I only had a $600 food budget, and it's all y'all's fault. Now, let me ask you a question, Landon. Is there a fight happening off of the screen? Is there a team fight happening right now? And I guess I'm not really going to wait for an answer, but I guess you should ask yourself, do I know if a fight is happening? If I don't know, then why am I fighting right now? Because remember, if nobody's fighting right now, then you're tanking. Now, if we go back and we look, we're like, yeah, we're kind of tanking right now. This Genji's kind of by himself, so maybe you can get the 1v1 here. But my concern is that they might peel off this Genji and just focus you down and then push your team. It doesn't look like they're going to do so that's good. But that's a habit that you're going to need to build. You're going to need to be aware of when your team is fighting, like right now, right? And then capitalize on that by using that timing for when you push. You see, why do you kill the Junkrat here? How come the Junkrat is this low? Because guess what? They're not thinking about Junkrat. They're thinking about Nano Zarya. That's what they're thinking about. It's good timing. Initially, a little shaky. I appreciate the sitting on the angle here, controlling the Mercy. And you know what? They're all focusing you now. They're all peeling back. But guess what? That means that their queen is dead now. And you're still going to get the kill, right? It's okay. Nice job. Please stop talking about meth. I wasn't talking about meth. Can't tell if you guys are talking about math, mouthful, or meth. Now, you are respectfully doing a wee bit of trollage because you are pushing here, which to be fair, there is a little bit of a fight happening, but then as your tank falls off, you need to be really careful about how hard you go because they can and will focus you down. Careful, careful. But don't leave, right? Don't leave. I don't know if maybe they're calling like pulse one. Maybe that's why you were here. Nice. If that's okay, if that's what it was, that's okay. God, man, yeah. So like here, right? Don't stand here. Where Queen and Junkrat and all that kind of blink around, wrap around, distract their attention, make them back up to come chase after you. Maybe go after the Zana. Set up your angle. Yeah, this guy's plat. Mechanics are pretty good, aren't they? Definitely not the low-hanging fruit mechanics. I think in terms of there's a lot of other things going on here. So let's stop there with the Tracer. And let's see, how much soldier do you play? A decent amount of soldier. Let's take a look at some soldier. Okay, so big thing with Tracer, I want you taking consistently good angles and trying to not tank by being the guy that goes first. Try to always look at and be aware of where your tank is going in or where the enemy tank is going in, and then use that to then push your angle. Those are the fundamentals. You got to work at the fundamentals. Starlando, do you have any questions on Tracer? If so, message me in Discord. What is going on in my chat? Bingo cards for Spilo coaching phrases? It would take you about 5 minutes. Also, the recall away from what was a relatively safe pulse. That's a good point, yes. That is a good point. I failed grade 10 math twice, and this is making you feel so dumb. This guy didn't spell dumb correct. Huh. You're being nerds. Wish I could say it's the first time. Okay. So, we continue. Soldier time. So Soldier is the exact same thing as Tracer. The only difference is the length of the angle. Okay, I'm gonna try to not taunt this person, but I'm gonna fail, all right? If you are wearing, this is a PSA, okay? If you are wearing this soldier skin, you have no friends. You might have had friends, but the second that you purchased this soldier skin, whether it's through in-game currency or real-life currency, your friends got up and left you. Not only literally, but figuratively as well. They blocked you. They now have full restraining orders. They don't even remember or recognize your name. They actually invested in lobotomies just to forget you. There are humiliating things, and then there's this. This transcends anything embarrassing or humiliating that the human nature or human mankind has ever done before. Blizzard actually, I don't know who they paid to create this skin, but they really messed up. They really messed up. Okay, it's just awful. It's the worst skin. It makes some of Zarya skins look like top tier fashion. It's free? Bro, you couldn't pay me to wear this skin. Why are you saying that it's free as if that's a good thing? Oh, like, look, I'll hammer you in your toe for free. No thanks. I will take that negative thing and not participate. It doesn't make it any better. What are you talking about? It was free. Toaster Bath Boy, thank you for the sub. The gun is not nice. No, it's not. What even is this? This looks like something out of like some 1986 cheap knockoff that you play at the arcade. Oh, I'm playing that once. Never gonna play that one again. There's not even secondhand embarrassment. I just want to hit you in the face. Oh, I feel sorry for you. Bam! Oh, how embarrassing. Bam! You know. Oh, what a terrible skin. Idiot. Okay. Okay, that being said, this angle is okay. As you push up, I don't want you walking through the choke as much if you can. You need to be very careful. You need to try and take an angle a little bit further away. Remember, the difference between Tracer and Soldier is that the angles that you take are a little bit further. You could hard flank through here, but it's a little too close, right? You could hard flank through here, but again, too close. So you create distance. What is happening? Oh, Larry Bags, thank you for the donation.
Use this skin to win games?
Yes, because the enemy team is so absolutely infuriated that they tunnel vision you down. I can see that. So don't drop, stay up here. Now you've created some distance. Just play Kovacs. Yes, yes. Don't drop to finish kills unless they're like literally 1 HP, because you're like, oh, I dropped, but you could have shot him just fine from here. There's no reason to drop there. Just hold up here. Worst case scenario, ducks out of your LOS, you shoot somebody else. Zarya's 80 skin is like, at least feels like they were taking some risks, you know what I'm saying? I agree. Zarya's 80 skin I wouldn't say is a good skin, but it's certainly one of her better ones. This is Plat. I don't know why I just shouted that. I don't know why. Honestly, I feel like I say that a lot this stream. Okay, so be patient. Don't tank. Okay, fight started. Go flank right. Go, 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 go. No, no, too close, too close. Oh. We're playing ring around the rosy here. You see this? What your hero has in terms of self-sustain and mobility means that you could take an angle like this and nobody in the team can stop you. Nobody. Especially when the Genji's dead, nobody. And you let your team actually initiate first, so they're all going to be focused on your queen, meanwhile you're murdering them from the back. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to comment on that irony recently. I find that hilarious. So you're doing fine damage here, but you see how like this is kind of spooky and scary, and a lot of these squishies are getting out alive. These squishies are getting out alive because your entire team is like this giant amoeba on point. And so if they just duck behind a wall, the giant amoeba is like one of those old spooky 1950s sci-fi villains where they're like, right? And they don't. But if you're here, now you're a nice, smart, sexy amoeba, right? You can see off angles and flanks. You're secret agent, right? So where they hide from your queen by ducking behind here, but it doesn't matter. You still shoot them. Or they're like, oh crap, the soldier's on the flank. Watch out, guys, go over here, and then just run into your team, right? This isn't good. There's nothing here that you're doing that like a bastion of your own wouldn't be doing better. Like that should be the red flag. When you're not really utilizing, oh, you're too close. You're way too close. Way too close. Goodbye. Sinor. Sinor. Oh, get away. It was up to date in round 1. Yes, I appreciate it nonetheless. Okay. Yes. Yes. Yeah. No. No. Okay, you could advise this. Do it. Do it, you coward. You got a good distance. Healing station. Ah. Ah. Healing station. Don't be scared of healing station. Good. I mean, the fight was basically lost. You should have been in the high ground to begin with, to be honest with you. Okay. Animation cancel, yeah. I mean, that's definitely one of the things. It's not the most important thing. You can't E into Q. It's an EQ animation cancel. Okay, so then here's the thing. My thought is this: go right on the flank. Oh crap, they're right here. That's not going to work. So then you go left, and then, but instead of staying here, you keep going. You keep going, right? You take this angle here. You go sneaky, you know. You can even do this here. You could even do a rocket jump up all the way across to here, plant your healing station, and then look at this angle. Look how far away you are. You see, soldier versus a sniper wants to get close. But soldier versus most every other DPS doesn't want to get too close, right? He's actually one of the more ranged DPS in the game. I'm trying to think. Ashe, Hanzo, Widow. Yeah, I guess Zenyatta. I guess those are some of the heroes that you want to be careful about keeping your distance on. But I think besides those 4, most heroes you want to keep your distance on, right? Mei right click, yeah, I guess to a little bit of extent, right? This is when my tank set was mad about my damage and said I could just swap soldier and get higher damage. And for Tracer, no, I understand my positioning and swinging angles is actually horrible. Okay, well that's your first mistake. That's your first mistake. So Sarlando, here's the deal. People in playing ranked, at least we're not League of Legends, but I am a pillar of wisdom and good looks and a community of literal dogs, okay? So if there's anybody in your ranked game telling you that you're not doing enough damage, swap, I want you to take the microphone, swallow it, and go, okay? They're idiots. They don't know anything. Stats don't matter, okay? We've had this conversation with people in chat before. Nobody in chat should be surprised by this, but not everybody has heard this, and it's important, and it's worth mentioning and repeating over and over and over again. People are morons. These are also the person, Starlando, that you said that says, you know, kill yourself, blankety blank, right? So obviously, the people that are flaming you with, you know, racial comments are also not exactly the type of people to know what is the right strategic decision, right? It's not an accident that those two people are often one and the same. So they're idiots in more ways than one. So ignore them. What if you're 2 and 9? Who cares? Who cares if you're 2 and 9? Play the game. Play to improve. Play what you need to practice. So we're sitting here talking all about Soldier, but you're spending all this time playing Soldier when you would probably prefer to play Tracer. And Tracer versus their comp would be great. So don't worry about it. Now, you can still learn something from this, right? Playing about distance and range, a lot of the same things that you can work on with Tracer, you can work on with Soldier too, right? But holy cow, guys, like... Yeah. Exactly, Starlander. You did more damage than them all, but you still lost because stats don't matter. You're doing worse, honestly, right now on Soldier than you did on Tracer on your defense. I know they full capped on defense, but right now, you're definitely doing more damage, but you're not securing as many kills. You're not putting out as much pressure. You're not controlling angles and flanks as much. You're not distracting their backline as much. Your positioning is a lot worse. You're demanding more healing, right? There's a lot of little things that actually matter that you'd be doing better if you were playing Tracer. Now, Soldier's fine if you wanted to play Soldier, but just going to a more stat succulent hero isn't going to do jack all. Right, exactly. People flame just leave voice chat or chat just because how the mad they are. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll watch a little bit more of the Soldier here. Do you end up playing any more Tracer? Son of a gun, you're stuck on Soldier. Man, don't let people bully you, man. Like, people are just awful. No. People are terrible. Shut up! Yeah, okay. Yeah. Wait, you literally got like avoided or wait, what? You literally got banned?
I got banned. So
she got banned.
So I was getting flamed. This is back when I first started playing Monk. I was getting flamed for playing just Widow. And so Spiral told me, turn off team chat and all that stuff. Just really don't even look at it.
You guys hear this?
So I turned off team chat. And I was probably in like low gold at the time. And then I went for my next comp game and it said, you have been banned. And I got reported so many times for being. You got reported
so many times, bro. I don't know.
I'm still playing Widow, and people still. Like,
that is wild. That is wild, bro. Bro, people in lower ranks freaking hate utility or sniper heroes. They hate Hanzo. They hate Widow. They hate Ball. They hate Zen. I will be queuing her with her in quick play. And we'll have like some silver player on our team or on the Navy team or gold player because of the way the MMR works out. And bro, when I'm playing Zen or Ana or anything, it doesn't matter what my stat line is. It doesn't matter how well I'm playing. We win every quick play game, they will flame the crap out of you.
Well, the funny thing is, when you and I play like today, I'm literally doing so much worse than you, and I'm playing Widow. And then nobody plays me.
Right.
Why?
You have to do some wild stuff to get banned? No, you don't. The banning system is mostly automated.
It was a temporary ban, but basically I've been reporting so much. I guess that they gave me a temporary ban.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what it's like nowadays. This was what, 4 years ago? 3 years ago? Yeah. Okay, let's keep going here. So, last little thing with Soldier here. We'll look at a little bit more here. So, big thing here is I just want you to keep rotating here. I think longer sightline here. I don't want you here. I want you a little bit here. They're on Mei Genji. Even more reason to keep your distance. But yeah, you are very close to the enemy team. Then obviously, as that queen drops, I need you to create distance between yourself and her. Right? Create distance. Create distance. There will be times, like in this particular fight right here, where you're like, do I flank and actually shoot people? But isn't that too close? That's where the tricky part with Soldier is really hard. Wait, this is where, again, Tracer would really, really help. So, Starlander, do you have any questions with Soldier? I don't know how much you're planning on playing this hero, but it's a lot of the similar things with Tracer. It was more about being comfortable taking flanks and then making sure that you're keeping your distance, playing your range a little bit better. Too close. Too close. Be careful. Too close. Do you see how quickly you can die when you get too close? Your hero is so fragile versus some of these heroes. Yeah, okay, let's watch one more fight, y'all. Take high ground top left. The reason why high ground's OP for soldiers is easier to see, but it usually inherently creates a little bit more distance between yourself and your threats, which is exactly what your hero wants to do. Get off of cart. Get off of cart. Especially as soon as this mercy dies, get up, get it up, get it up, get up. I would even consider... what? Very questionable nano blade or nano visor. Not really your fault. Good distance you've created here. I mean, that's why it's an easy cap, right? Phenomenal distance there. Okay. Yeah, trapped on that dumb tree. Yeah. Okay. So Orlando, let me type up some main takeaways. Do you have any questions? I'm going to be typing up some some things to work on, but I want you to let me know if you have any questions. So Tracer, good angles, flanks, don't tank. Follow B second to the fight after the enemy pushes you or your tank pushes them whenever you can. When two people are fighting you, survive. If one, focus on trying to win the 1v1. Soldier 76, take off angles, and versus non-sniper comps, look for angles with a little more distance. This is Plat. Hey, Conk. I think you did, yeah. I think there's a lot of really good things about this. I think your mechanics are pretty good. I think your cooldown usage was all right as well. You just need to work a little bit more on your DPS fundamentals. Mechanics, definitely, like you said, not a problem, and I agree with you. I think your mechanics are totally fine. Yeah. And the other thing, too, is, I guess, just general. Don't care what the noobs say, even if they sound smart or old. They are dumb, idiot, poopy heads. If you have any questions, Starlando, let me know. If you have any questions in your future games, future weeks, shoot me a message anytime. Keep me updated with how your stuff goes. Good luck with your practice. Remember, the first start of the review, we talked a little bit about what your practice structure can look like. I liked your hero pool. Keep up the good work. Why am I calling out Varashi? I mean, Varashi deserves a celestial design. Thank you for this up. You're late. That's okay. We're just about to start. Just a little bit. We're going to start on the OWL review, so you're not technically late. I've hammered that into my team a lot. Anything anyone says in ranked is worthless. Pretty much. Yeah. Just anyone in chat have any questions about the Tracer Soldier stuff? Not general questions, because we don't have time for that, sadly, but... How are you doing? Oh no, please stop. You're welcome, Sarlando. Oh, why are you saying how are you doing? G's? Yes. Do we think Soldier's even a good DPS, or is he just mid? I think he's pretty mid at, like, top 500, yeah. I think he's fine up to Grandmaster, but his weaknesses become more punishable when you run into people that are, like, really good at snipers and that are really good at flankers. Then that's where he definitely starts to dip off. So yeah, I think he's totally fine, and he's totally fine to rank up with until you hit around close to top GM1. Then you're gonna have some issues. Should you be harassing a ball as Tracer? If the ball presents himself to you, yes. If not, no. It's a little bit too... it can mean too much ring around the rosy. You catch what I'm saying? How much for a coaching session review file for future reference? Just check out my website. I'll drop it in here. It depends on the session. And then also... if you're here from TikTok, if you haven't checked out Spilo 2, actually, this is a good reminder for you guys in chat too. You guys always wonder, like, where are all my uploads? every coaching session that I do that's not a private coaching session specifically goes straight to Spilo 2. And that means around 9, 10, 11 coaching sessions a week are uploaded on Spilo 2. And Jungler Queen, Brig, Zen, Ana, Soldier, Winston, Torbjorn, Tracer. Like, I don't actually know if I have any Torbjorn. Crap. That might be the only hero that I don't have. Everything gets uploaded to there. The stuff that gets streamed, the stuff that doesn't get streamed. So check that one out. All those sessions are free. There's hundreds of sessions. And I also have them cataloged in my Discord as well, if you want to check that one out, if you're like looking for a specific hero. Okay, is it worth having an alt to learn your worst heroes? Yes, if your worst heroes are significantly behind your main heroes and you want to catch them up to speed. Yeah, I think it's worth doing. Yeah, definitely. Your Wrecking Ball count is still in gold? Like a podcast at work? Sick. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. That was one of the suggestions that I got from the feedback forums, was Spilo 2. That was something that I was able to put the time into. So yeah, I appreciate the feedback. That wasn't even necessarily my idea. People were asking for it for a while. I finally got the time to be able to like do it, so we're able to make it work. But yeah. Oh, Pepper, do you have time for a YouTube short today? Perfect. That would be awesome. Whenever you want to. Okay, chat. Let's what is it?
Can I do it tonight?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Let's do some Overwatch League. The mods told you to do it before form, but I don't listen to my moderators. Diva coaching was amazing. Glad to hear it. Yeah, that was a really fun session. I've been toying more with some of the live coaching recently. I'm thinking that the live coaching is really good for like follow-up sessions to like actually apply once they've had time to kind of stew and practice it on their own. But I'm not sure. I'm trying to find like what the best way of using and applying Spilo 2 live coaching is. I haven't quite come up with the answer to that, but I'm experimenting more with it. T-Jerks, thank you so much for the sub. T-Jerks 3, thank you so much for the sub. Who listens to their mods anyway? Not me. Do you do the YouTube shorts bit where you start the short with the ending? What? Not sure I understand. Let's get some Overwatch League time. So wait, what is going on here? Trying to keep up with me. That only worked once, but I'm not listening to anything now, so it's not going to work anymore. I'm way too fast. No, I still see you. It's not going to work.
I don't care about you.
Oh, you want the cat? Yo, why is he on the orange chair? Make it so the shorts seem like a loop. Why would I do that? Why on earth would I do that? I don't understand. Ah!
Dang it, it didn't work.
Yeah, honestly, it wasn't that scary. Okay. That is the meta. Why? But bro, okay, I'm sorry. Can we just have a little bit of just a brief rant before we get into it? Because we technically have 3 minutes before we're supposed to start. I had and by the way, on the feedback forums, I had a really good suggestion from somebody that they were like, on your TikToks, you should have, what is that weird temple run game that everyone's playing now in the background while you're explaining concepts. And they were like, legitimately, this really helps TikToks get more viewers. And I was like, what? And they were right. Subway Surfer, they were right. I was like, no way. So the feedback was good, but also, no! Get help! It's 30 seconds. There's gameplay going on in the background. I'm the most beautiful person in the world, and I'm giving you quick information and 60-second bites. If that's not fast enough for you, seek help! I'm not contributing. I refuse to contribute to that culture. I refuse. Barry, it was a good suggestion, but also, no, I will not do that. Holy crap, man. I don't care if I double my viewers. I will not sell my soul to Satan. No. Farming views though increases follower base? No, I will not do it. I will not have, I've had, no.
Oh!
I got it. Thank you for the gifted sub. Out of touch? Try it once? No, I won't. That's like just try the heroin once. No, I won't. That's not even a good analogy. It's like try kicking a kitten once. You'll just wait. No, I will not contribute to that. No. I won't do that. If that literally works, I don't want to be part of that. I will, like, on the principle, no. Holy cow, man. Like, it's like, I'm like 95% joking. 95. I'm not even 100% joking now. No. Holy cow. It's concerning. Jeez. Yes, I don't want to go. I want to be a miserable boomer in my little inbred community, but at least we don't have the attention spans of like fruit flies. Oh, he's cute. Okay, speaking of which, we have it's not happening. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, so let me make sure I got the rank correct here. Bronze, we're good to go. Okay, I'm just gonna lie with you guys. I did not watch this game because I was working on either watching Western games or I was working on the Sombra May videos, so I was watching like every Shambali ever with Lucio, which was exhausting. And so I didn't catch this game. And then I also avoided this game after I heard that it was a really good one because I felt that this was probably going to be the match that we were going to review live on stream. And when I asked on Twitter, everybody and their mother was like, you need to watch the Infernal and O2 Blast. What a great example of top tier Overwatch. And I was like, okay, so this is what we're going to watch. Now, for context, actually, I don't know the context. Why are contenders teams playing Overwatch League? Is this an only East thing? Is this like it's not Pro-Am, but Pro-Am allowed some teams to do that? I don't remember. But why? Is it because there's just not enough Eastern teams so that they need to like find some sort of competition for the East? Because last season, Eastern region was very inbred and honestly pretty bad. They were literally carried by their DPS players the entire season. Okay, there's not enough teams, so basically you have the top tier contenders teams playing versus Overwatch League teams for a qualifier because there's not enough of the teams, and so therefore you've got top tier Korean talent, which is obviously awesome, playing versus some of the better teams. And now Seoul Infernal is proved themselves to be a pretty decent team. I don't know the exact records, but from what I recall, one of the top teams in the East, top two, right? So yeah, basically O2 Blast is historically been one of the best Korean contenders teams over the last few years. A lot of their players, I believe, were where Shock farmed up their talent. A couple of these names, obviously, we're familiar with. We're familiar with Marvel. We're familiar with Irony. A couple of the other names as well. Opener as well. So obviously, great players on both sides. This will be a lot of fun to watch. And yeah. Better than San Francisco mid. Okay, so let's take this now. I have not watched this match. I do know the result. I won't spoil it for any of you guys in chat. I'll try to not spoil it, but I imagine most of you guys already know the result of this match. I have not watched a single team fight from this match. I don't know anything about it. I don't know how it ended exactly. I mean, I know the final score, but I don't know exactly how it ended, so we're just going to enjoy it and analyze it as we go. So this is super cute, okay? So let's talk about this, all right? This composition is designed to control long sightlines, okay? And this is something that you occasionally see on Nepal Sanctum just because it is the longest sightline map in the game, and because it is so wide open and really just honestly, there aren't a lot of flanks available, you can get away with compositions like this. Now, the reason why Orisa is run is because Orisa is really quite good in two different ways. She's really quite good at anti-dive early spam pressure without bleeding a lot of ult charge. And the second reason why she's really good is if you were ever to want to force a brawl after you get an advantage, you can do so with Orisa easier than you can with a tank like Sigma. For example, Sigma gets better range pressure, but is more vulnerable to dive, and he has a harder time actually pushing. Orisa doesn't spam nearly as well as Sigma, but she can not only demand fewer resources and be less vulnerable to the actual dive, but she can also push forward. Now, Orisa does a lot of the same things that Ramatra does, okay? The main difference is that Orisa has more range pressure, more consistent range pressure, at least, whereas Ramatra was looking to transition to Nemesis at some point. And then there's also just the simple utility of having Javelin, where Javelin is a really, really good way of disrupting dives immediately after the cooldowns are being used. Now, that being said, I'm not going to lie to you, freaking Orisa is weird. She's not a very strong hero. There's reasons why you would play her, but she's not a very strong hero. So this is unusual here. The Tracer is to control a flank so that you don't get completely turbo stomped by an enemy Sombra Tracer, Ball, Winston, Diva, and so on. If you were not to run it, you will almost always see a fragile backline with a hit scan and Tracer, because the Tracer is what contests the enemy Tracer or contests one of the flanks so that you just don't immediately die to a Sombra Tracer dive immediately. She is the necessary evil to allow these compositions to be able to survive. Okay? Genji is freaking weird on this map. He's not terrible on this map, but it's not at all the first thing that I would expect on this particular point. This composition is very similar in theory to these. The main difference is, bye, drive safe. The main difference is that this composition is not spammy enough as this one. We're cranking the dial pretty spammy versus your dive comp. This is, hey, more, spam, right? You're cranking it all the way to spam heavy, right? And so what's funny is that both of these guys might have anticipated the other team to play a dive variant, and neither of the team is rolling out on dive. Okay, so it's interesting. It's interesting. This comp will need to try and push at some point or choke out these guys here, because if this composition is able to take this area here, they're going to get such nasty spam angles that it's going to be absolute misery.
On that Tracer, let's see how they do fare. A little bit of battle commencing off of.
Now, do you see what O2 Blast is doing? They're not trying to brute force. They're setting up their dive by setting up a two-man flank. You've got Genji and Lucio wrapping around on the right side. That's going to force Zest out. Once Zest is out, they now have a free path on the backline. This is really, really good. You'll see Hanzo set up here. You'll see Ramatra and Ana hold the angle here, and then you'll see Genji and Lucio wrap around behind. Now, what the Seoul needs to do is they need to get skewed and Zest to be able to take and win this 2v2 with Genji Lucio. Okay?
Already a little bit of battle commencing off onto that left side flank is Agus once more going to be bringing forward this Orisa.
And that's what you see. Do you see? There's skewed. There's Zest controlling the 2v2. So this becomes more of a skill matchup. Huge headshot from the Zen, and that's it. Yes! Yes, very nicely done from Seoul Infernal. Brilliant. And now they can hard commit, but they're hard committing into a multiple crossfire. So even if MN3 dies here, Seoul should be able to trade this back.
Bringing out his special as well versus Probe. Both hands are traded.
There it is. Oh, I guess as well, the environmental kills from Orisa is definitely something that I didn't really think about, but there is a lot of opportunity for Javelin spend and Javelin to get good value in that neutral trade. Not something that we would think a lot about, but those little tiny details could be the difference between playing Orisa or playing Ramatra.
It's a brawl comp. You can brawl into Mag's Orisa. To do that, Top Dragon will have to swap over to the main. He wouldn't have lost that much ult charge. He's only at about 30.
So they're stuffing the choke, and this is pretty much what we want to see. The Orisa stuffs the choke. The Hanzo's taking an aggressive angle. The BAP isn't. Like, look at how aggressively they're spamming this choke. Like, look at how much pressure. They can't even walk out of the choke without getting nerfed. Now, the other cool thing to point out here, too, is that now it's not just Zen Tracer controlling the flank. Now we also have, I think that's Hanzo over here as well. Can you guys count the pixels? Don't you love not having a replay viewer? Okay, 10-second rant time. We still don't know why we don't have replay viewer available to public. We have received zero communication. The replay viewer is out there. They still won't give it to us. They still won't tell why they won't give it to us. And I could get a replay viewer, but I wouldn't be able to stream it to you guys for content, and that sucks. Somebody tell me why. Okay, anyway, back to our future programming. But yeah, the Hanzo's actually now helping them control the flank too, so it's a 3v2 while Arissa and whatever are holding the flank down there.
It's looking like MN3 is going to have it. Scoot steals the kill away. I don't think he's going to be too bothered by it. The fight is very handily going the way of the Infernal, maintaining control. Now getting ready to move up past 30%. And look at where Zest is.
So they're kind of griefing there. They do get the Nemesis form out. They think they can get him low. Doesn't really work out. Okay. And then this is where things get a little bit hairy, because even if you're able to brute force it now the Zen has trance. So now O2 is actually going to kind of rotate as a unit, or at least, do you notice how like O2 kind of did what I would call a jab, okay? They did a jab. This is really popular with short range comps versus dive comps, where and versus spam comps, where they put like extra effort, extra resources into like scaring this angle, just so that they can also get their Hanzo in the flank now. So now we're going to have, you guessed it, a 3 versus 3 on the flank. Okay, so tanks are going to be kind of stalemating at each other, maybe looking for an opportunity or an advantage, but it's going to be now 3 people. Oh my gosh. Honestly, well played by O2 Blast. The fact that they were able to get this close to MN3, honestly, a bit of a misplay with MN3 with the Sonic Arrow. You really want Sonic Arrow here for this exact same reason, but look at how quickly Top Dragon gets on top of him. It's a crazy shot, but most of the time, you favor the Genji Lucio in that circumstance. So, good setup by O2 Blast. It's just a crazy mechanical shot. He's not getting help either. I don't know. There he goes. Okay. Mag gets slept. That's a little bit concerning. He's okay. I'm going to make another tweet about it if at the end of the stage we don't have anything. Surely that will fix it all. The Nano Ram is frankly bizarre. I assume Mag is walking forward aggressively, but the problem is that Nano Ram is just not going to kill anything. Chad, am I wrong? Does Arissa spin block Ramatra punches? I don't know if it does, but regardless, Fortify really makes the Nano Ramatra a lot less attractive. I would have much rather preferred them to aggressively push in here, maybe even have the Lucio go with the Ramatra, and Nano the Genji onto the Hanzo there. It doesn't? Okay. Nothing blocks Daddy Ram. Okay, that's tragic. But yeah, this Nano isn't the greatest. They do catch MN3 wildly out of position. Check it. MN3 is pushed all the way up here. Kind of a trollage, I'm not going to lie with you. We saw this a couple of times where MN3 just kind of turns brain off and trolls. Gets way too close. His mechanics will carry him out. This time I don't think they will. And he's not going to die. He's getting all the support in the world. Wow, double pocket. And he's able to keep alive. Yeah, so the Nano Ramatra is not the play whatsoever. They almost catch MN3, but it's just too far. Double ult used. Nice javelin. Probably not worth the ultimate, but it's not the end of the world.
Parasurge not the best ultimate in the game, but if you can just get a solo kill with that one, even at the end of the fight for an extra stagger.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm an idiot. What is Mandela effect? I don't know what it means. I feel stupid. I know it's like there's the Barbara Streisand effect, or the Streisand effect, where you bring something up to, you don't want people to talk about it, so you bring it up to say, hey, let's not talk about it, but you just make it worse, right? When people remember something that didn't happen. Oh.
Leave an opener staying on their heroes.
Got it. Okay, Kiriko, I like the Kiriko here, a little bit more dynamic. I mean, this is something that's going to be more comfortable countering what they rolled out on. I think O2 Blast tries to make it work, but ultimately they're just playing a quote-unquote kind of quasi-brawl spam comp into just a comp that's just infinitely better. The Ramatra was not able to close the distance. The Genji was having a hard time closing a distance. The fact that they're on Hanzo and not Tracer meant that they had a hard time closing a distance. There just wasn't enough to be getting done here. So this composition can rotate as a unit and quickly chase them down. There it is. They do have trance, though. They're going to need a trance. He greeds the trance. Crazy. They force beat. They're gonna have to touch point. They touch point, and this is the crazy part about this composition. This is what makes this comp so powerful. Is Infernal is like, okay, you know what? You guys can go to point if you want to. We don't care. We're just gonna hold this high ground position and spam you out. So I want to know how Zest dies, because this is really good from the Infernal. Or Fixa. How does Fixa die? Where does Fixa go? Fixa's just slow to rotate, and or the trance is late. That's a big misplay from Infernal. Good initial macro play, really, really poor play from here. This might mean that they don't even need to use Trance. They don't, or they don't even need to use Blade, excuse me. So Infernal fumbles the bag. Really nice kite. Weird that they use Pulse there. I don't know why they use Pulse there. Really quite the waste. But yeah.
I respect that from Top Dragon.
Brig on the swap for the retake. We might see an Orisa swap as well, but I also don't think it's the worst swap in the world, because if you look at this, there's not a lot of damage, so the Orisa can pretty much just like do whatever she wants. She can also peel off the Winston and Tracer, but yeah, they're gonna go Ram. Makes sense.
A beat blade combo is the safest way to actually execute that blade. So Infernal now will be swapping off most of the heroes. Mag and M3 coming off new heroes as well as Skew.
Like Curious is George's non-existent tail or the Monopoly Man's monocle? Holy crap, you guys are freaking me out now.
The Brig also I think makes a lot of sense here, but Mag and M3 coming off new heroes as well as Skewed on the Brig.
So then to retake this space, I like the Cassidy swap as well. It's okay. I think obviously if we're like going, I mean, it's okay. It's okay. The longer sight lane map, so it's going to be a longer sight lane hero, even though Cassidy's a little bit nerfed. You're going to need to see like Brig and Tracer trying to work together here to clear this up. Maybe some Ramatra pressure as well. Like I said, this is where you could use what the O2 Blast did and do a jab. You would have your Ramatra Bat Brig, everybody, 5 people, group up, smash out this hero. Don't take any angles. Just clear out this angle, punch him in the mouth, force some blinks, maybe force an amp, force these guys to disengage, and then double back and send half of your crew this way and then half of your crew this way. It's kind of like a feint, right? Where you throw your weight into one angle to force them to overcompensate, but then you split up and take the map after that. You guys kind of see what I'm saying? Because you're not going to be punished for putting 5 people on the flank here. You're not going to get flanked immediately. So you could just throw all of your weight into one flank and then double back and go the opposite direction once you've established your Tracer on the off angle.
Also, I think makes a lot of sense here versus.
So bit of a mechanical miscue there. It's not going to cost them a whole lot. Maybe 15 seconds, 20 seconds or so.
Maybe M3 was going to stick around on the Hanzo for a little bit longer. He was just a couple.
On these jabs, I mean, it might be an interesting idea. The problem with the jab is I don't see them a lot. I'll write it down. Jab concept. It's a pretty advanced concept. Not something that you see a lot. So this is kind of the jab here, to where they're not doing it with a lot of people, but they're putting their tank as the guy clearing the space first. And you can kind of see it there, right? There's a little bit of the jab there, right? Where they force deflect, they force the Winston bubble. Yes, they use the Nemesis form, but that's okay. There's the blade. I think Infernal, oh my gosh, Infernal, I was going to say, is happy to lose this if they need to. There's the blade. I think he just gets shot. I think he just gets shot. I think Top Dragon just gets headshot. There it is. Yeah, you see it? He just gets headshot. So this is crazy. Kitsune Blade, honestly pretty bad from O2 Blast here. Because you see what's happening? They mess up their timing. They go for it. They get baited. There's Deflect. There's Bubble. Probably didn't need Bubble. So then they Kitsune Rush, but we still don't have Bubble. And Marvel's still low. So then Top Dragon goes in, but he can't go in because he's low. And because his Winston's not in. So O2 really fumbles the bag in terms of this dive timing here. I mean, that was really, really quite bad from them. If they were able to jump in with Bubble there, totally different story. Hey, Zetter. So nice shots from Seoul, or from MN3, but really just horrible team play from O2 there. Very important that you get that timing correct, otherwise your Genji literally can't go in. Nice marking over here. He's probably going to die here. Oh, no, he's not. Phenomenal peel from Infernal. Good job marking the Tracer. Damage on the Tracer is the most important thing you can get there. He's going to die, maybe? He punishes the overextension. Yeah, Soul really, just really ruins O2 Blast's, like, their timing of their pressure. Even if you look at this here, for example, they get the Tracer in first. He shoots the Tracer, forces the Tracer Curie to back, and then the Primal comes in. If Tracer clips now, nobody shoots Tracer, right? And so O2 is like in these micro mid-fight dives, their timing is just a teeny bit off, which is making it really easy for Infernal to kind of sequentially deal with this target, and then that target, and then this target, and then that target. So yeah. How good does this iteration of O2 Blast look? I mean, I don't know. We're round 1 here.
Punching his way through as Marvel will also fall.
I mean, we know this was a close game, so... And Infernal is not a bad team, so, I mean, I assume pretty good, right? Okay, so Infernal looking pretty good. Did a pretty good job controlling space. O2, I think, a little bit of a counter comp swap there. Rolled out in the wrong comp for what Infernal was rolling out on, at least in my opinion. and then just really a bad Blade, a bad Kyriol, a bad Primal, a bad Ramattra ult, a bad Nano, a bad Pulse, a wasted Pulse Bomb. Like, you don't expect the spam team to be the one team with the better ults. Usually it's the dive team because their ults are more powerful, but O2 Blast didn't get a single good dive ultimate that entire fight. So, cool little rollout from here. I think Seoul should just win this. Sombra won't have time to set up in backline. If you guys watch my YouTube video on Sombra May, you'll know that in this matchup, Sombra would be setting up a deep off angle on backline. I don't know that it's necessary on this map because there is more space in this map. I like the Symmetra opener as well. It also means that your Symmetra doesn't just TP, but you can actually engage in the fight, right? So I imagine O2 probably either kites this quickly or dies immediately.
It's just going to be opting in for the Reinhardt. Classic pick for him.
I'm surprised Infernal is not playing this one more aggressively there. They really should be. That's a little bit inexcusable that Infernal's out to get away from that, considering the massive advantage that they have. That's no Western team lets that happen on their watch. 4v5, Symmetra May. Great wall opportunity, unforgivable. And the problem now is that while you've overextended, you've not actually secured the kill. Now the Sombra setting up a deep off angle, and so then now as the fight evolves and opens up, the Sombra's going to be doing a lot more than the Symmetra, and that's exactly what you see here. Probe baits MN3 out into the open, gets sniped down, GG's. You've also created some distance for the Ramattra to get some early pressure, where he's going to be able to just outvalue the Reinhardt, right? So, pretty terrible execution from Infernal there. Really nice little bit of kiting from O2 Blast. It's exactly what they needed to do there to win this one out. Surely they win this one out, chat. Surely. Nice. Nice. What do you think about the Ana with Ram over Bap with Ram? It's more of a stylistic choice. One of the advantages of the Ana over Ram is that if they do something stupid like this, for example, if they were to run like dive, you would prefer the Ana for a better self-peel. I know it sounds weird to say that, but it's not just the self-peel, it's also the self-punish and the better ult than Bap window. But the other thing too is if they do something like this, then the Ana is really nice because there's a lot of little high grounds and a lot of little flanks where you can actually set up nades that in most brawl mirrors that you're not able to set up. Is it better? I don't know. It's just a flavor difference and there's logic behind it. Irony is more comfortable in Ana as well, and that's always the most important thing. So they go back Symmetra. I think that's probably fine. You could just TP to point, and as long as you're responsive to Sombra, then you should be good to go. TP to point, and they also have a pretty nice little host of ultimates here. We'll probably see Nano on Ram, and that's going to be chained into a Ramattra ult. The Nano Ram is almost certainly going to be going for the Symmetra, so we're going to see how are MN3 and Skew going to play around that. There's the TP. They gate the TP. They juke the Ramattra. Pretty well done. I think somebody actually misses the TP. Nope, I think they all make it. And there's the Nano. And he builds that ult fast. And there's the Ramattra. And there's the Symmetra focus. They're able to Bap window. Wait, am I smoking something or is that a Bap window pocket? No, I'm not smoking something. I think that is a Bap window focus, but they are able to flip point. That's going to force a lot of ultimates from O2. So I'm surprised O2 responds like this. O2 kind of panics. And that's 4 ultimates when really only 2 at most were necessary. So, nice shot by Infernal. They not only that, but they also get the point flip. And they're going to get just 12% for free. And force 4 ultimates for 1. Nice shot. You can see the respect being given by O2 on Seoul. Considering the extra window from without that's true. That's true. With the Sombra, there's now less need for AoE healing for Bap, and there's more benefit of having a sniper heal on your Sombra, right? Far away from the sound barrier. This should be a pretty free one for Seoul Infernal. TP onto the point. I think this is a bit of a mistake from Probe, because they're going to clear him and then rotate the point for free. That was a little bit too late from Probe. Too late or too early. One of the both. Wow. I think, yeah, Ryan gets stuck. So then Mag just gets ticked off and just shatters everybody. So only part of Infernal actually TPs the point. Huge shatter. I think Ryan is slightly better on this point than Ramattra, just based off of the space. I think the point is a little bit too narrow for Ramattra to get good value. I think on the previous map, if you were to play Brawl, I think Ramattra would be a little bit better.
There's not really a lot of ways to defend against Shatter because, I mean, the Ramattra shield is super easy to bait out.
I will say Sombra also does cancel Sim Wall too, so that is something to keep in mind. You can cancel out 3 of their ultimates with your yours.
A little bit of EMP farming from Probe, also seeing
pretty cute. I like this. You got the ults to do it, you know? Pretty cute. I love to see it. They do get flip as a result though, but that's okay. That's a big fire strike, so no stalling. And I would probably say it's worth giving up 6 or 7% there to get that quick team fight win, because you'll still be able to have a recontest, and that's just such a cheap fight win for that. Infernal's not looking too bad outside of that first fight. Looks pretty good.
They don't have to spend anything for that last fight. O2 Blast actually had their entire team wiped and got very little out of that.
So this fight, we'll probably see O2 Blast try and play it slow, try to build up this EMP, try to build up this Nano. Once they get Nano, I expect the same ult chain that we saw the previous fight, Nano into Ramatra ult, and then beat used for whenever it's necessary. Now, the Ramatra ult will be helpful for, and the Nano will be helpful to counter what Infernal has, which most importantly is the Blizzard. You're gonna see Nemesis is really pretty much, it's absolutely necessary when it keeping people up in Blizzard.
This time Infernal has so much more to work through.
A little bit of early spam. You guys notice how much early pressure they're trying to get. He does waste his Nemesis form, so it's a little bit of a tragedy there. They're trying to kind of bait. They're playing bait. They're playing cheesy, right? And I like how O2 Blast is playing this. So you even have people on point to pull them onto point. Looks like the Mei is on point, just causing a distraction to get flipped. But in this chaos, when you're going at an ult disadvantage, this is how you can win fights. So I actually think this is really well done. We could see a Nano probably at any point now. There's the beat first, that's countered to the Sim Wall and beat. There's the Nano, there's the EMP that's going to shut down that. Probe doesn't get out in time, that's a big deal. And the Blizzard comes out as well. The Nano ramp, but it's not enough. They're able to isolate him. O2 Blast plays this one pretty well, but chokes with some of the details. The big thing, though, is that they get another fight. So you look at this and you're like, oh, crap, how? Well, 1, 2, 3, 4 ults. And they used 1, 2, 3, 4 ults. Not great, but at least you're going back in this fight with Blizzard.
Will be regaining control.
This is a close one. Infernal spending their entire bank on that one as well.
I don't know how the observers are picked. I've known of a few observers, but I don't know how they're picked.
Coming on through is all you need. Sound barrier for sound barrier traded. Opener used this earlier as well.
So how do Infernal play this? We might see something cheeky here versus this Blizzard. Be prepared.
The same strat I talked about earlier, but Annihilation not going to stay alive there. But Top Dragon can maybe finish the same strat.
What?
Despite the Annihilation, not going to stay alive there. But Top Dragon can maybe finish it.
So a bit of a mistake there. They go for the TP, Fixa boops Probe out of the TP, and Probe just freaking dies. Way too early, way too close to the Reinhardt. You know what's actually funny?
Despite the Annihilation, not going to stay alive there.
Okay, this is it. Why does Probe do this? Can you guys guess as to what Probe does this? Why Probe does this? I think I figured it out.
Kept alive. He was frozen despite the Nano, despite the Annihilation, not going to stay alive there. But Top
it's let's put it this way: less of a feed by Probe, more of a carry by Mag. Right, PDF Origami. Yes, he didn't know Mag was there. Mag is hiding. He doesn't know Mag is there. He's probably TPing for some scouting information.
Dragon
and freaking dies.
The same strat like
that's crazy.
Early, but Probe's dead. They have to TP him to point and play for the Blizzard. But
wow.
Probe is dead, and they've out of time.
So they Blizzard. The Lucio is going to get caught. That's a big misplay from Fixa. Mag dies, but honestly, not the end of the world if that happens. Really huge misplay by Fixa there. Really inexcusable that he gets caught in that, and they're going to literally lose because Fixa gets caught. That's disastrous. Infernal goes into that fight, and really, if they want to push there, they probably, first off, probably didn't need to push there, to be honest with you guys. They could have waited this one out, but they choose to push, maybe to bait the ult with their Ryan Mei, but Fixa just freaking dies. That's a huge misplay by Fixa. That's actually really unfortunate. Okay, let's keep going.
fighting that one, but let's see if that momentum carries forward now for O2 Blast as the gates open up. And
Okay, so Brig Zen, Ash, Tracer, Doom, Sombra Pharmacy opener. So let's talk a little bit about these compositions. So there's a lot of potential reasons why they go this composition. One reason is that brawl, right? Obviously, like, this is, you know, good versus Reinhardt. Infernal might have had a reputation for playing something brawly on this particular point. The other thing is that Pharmacy isn't actually that bad versus Brig Zen. The reason why is that Pharah is an oppressive DPS if you're not able to rotate away from her. Okay, so if she's able to sit on your head, she can really ruin your day. And if you look at this comp, okay, yeah, they got Zen, yeah, they got Ball, yeah, they got Tracer, and Ash. They've got some quote-unquote Sombra counters or Pharmacy counters, but they have a relatively slow backline. Which means that if you're able to get Pharmacy over Brig Zen, especially in Overwatch 2 days without the Matrix, it's pretty dangerous for the Brig Zen. So I don't know if this is something that Seoul Infernal thinks is a counter comp, but I don't think they do. I think this could be O2 Blast opening here. This could be a comp that you would open versus a normal dive comp. This could be definitely something that Infernal just enjoy playing because APAC freaking loves Brig Zen. We've already reviewed this when we were reviewing Y Ball last week, right? This is something similar that they were playing on, I'd say almost exactly what they were playing on Blizzard World, right? The Sombra, same sort of thing. I don't like the Sombra as much in this comp. I would much prefer the Tracer, but I think like this composition as a whole isn't countered by this comp. I think we might see some swaps. We might see a Tracer swap. Retaking with Pharmacy into this is going to be miserable. That's the one weakness of this composition, and to a lesser extent this composition, is really whatever team loses the fight because they don't have a Lucio, coming back in and rotating in is going to feel really bad. So I wouldn't be surprised to see swaps if either team loses this first fight. Okay, let's check here.
Marvel over onto the Doom.
But you can kind of see the problem with the Brig Zen right here, right? If Pharmacy is able to stuff here, this could be a big problem. Now, is that MN3 out?
So I don't know if Infernal were expecting a different compositional matchup. I personally was not expecting the Doom at all. Doom is not a good hero at the moment.
They need to get over MN3. MN3 is a priority to get on top of. Now, MN3 is ridiculous at this game, so you never know. Ball, by the way, one weakness of this composition, and this is why I like the Tracer, I think Sombra should be absolutely bullied by Ball Tracer. They might go for the Ana, but I think Sombra should have a really hard time versus the Ball Tracer. Should never have a translocator that's just not instantly destroyed. A little bit of a hyperbole there, but you guys get the idea. Not good far play from Top Dragon. These rockets need to hit. And I also think that if you either need to quickly dive. So look at it this way. If this is Yazin, okay, you're gonna conk across from here to here and immediately two-shot this guy. I don't care if he gets Briggs in pocket, he's dead. Or you let the Ashe take the angle here and you play on this side of the point and just murder the Briggs in instead, or just make the Ashe do something more aggressive than playing the open sightlines, right? So it's good play by MN3, but this is not good far off from Top Dragon. Like, these rockets need to hit. If you're gonna force this rotation, then you need to be hitting the shots, and he doesn't hit the shots, because the problem is that if for Briggs in, even if they hold this sightline on the map, they don't have very good sightlines on point. So I'm not a fan of the execution here. And like I said, the real problem is we might actually have to see a swap from O2 Blast at this point in time. Once the Ashe gets the sightlines, once she sets her feet, there it is. Right now, you've just lost first fight, and not just one swap, but we're probably going to see this hero is going to swap, this hero is going to swap. I mean, I don't know, maybe a Lucio. We might see Winston Lucio here. But it's going to be hard when to a Briggs in that now has map control. It's tough.
Really pushing the issue here.
Hey, Konica, I appreciate it. I'm glad to hear it.
The kill, and that's Infernal once again with the initial lockdown.
See what Marvel goes to. I don't know. He'll stay on the
Winston. Opener surely swaps.
The opener's the only
there it
one
is.
left to swap, and he's going to go over towards the Lucio.
So then now continues O2 Blast. Needs to try and rotate and get on top of the Briggs in or Ashe, or isolate either Ball Tracer with hacks, because the problem is this backline has to play very safe, not safe, but a little bit shorter, longer sightlines. So you don't necessarily have to dive them to get value. You can isolate and kill Zest, because if Zest gets a little bit zesty and breaks LOS with his supports, you can't isolate and kill him, and he won't get help.
Excellent here is
Not generally what you see on an open map like this, but yeah.
Mag, I don't think he lost too much ult chance.
Pretty deep dive. They're going to counter push. You're going to see Seoul walking forward to punish that use of Winston Bubble. Will they get a punish? They won't. O2 Blast does get the rotation off. Love to see it.
Obviously, the Ana.
There's the punish. Notice how aggressively Zest and Mag are playing. They're trying to stop O2 from getting under their backline. Trying to hit him in the mouth, hit him in the mouth, hit him on range, hit him in the mouth.
Shut him down. Which is the recipient of it, nice and early.
There's a sleep dart. Will Brigson be able to walk forward to punish? I want to see more aggression from Skew and Fix at this point in time. They don't quite get it. Really nice little bit of rotational work from O2 Blast. And Probe is I don't know what Probe is on up to at this moment. I'm assuming distracting backline. Because that's always the tricky part. Do you distract backline or do you peel off ball? Do you control the Ash? What do you do here? It's really hard for me to see exactly what's going on my screen here, but
The only thing I missed out from those hack, if they had the hack as well, I think
there's a dive. They're able to close the distance, full HP. Really unfortunate nano, but honestly, it's really not even that bad. Really nice little bit of rotational work from O2 Blast. They basically, let me see if I can get a good frame here.
and a break all.
So they basically go here to here, disengage, here to here, disengage, and you notice that they're kind of like running around the map, and Brigzen are trying to keep their distance and rotate away, but they're not able to rotate fast enough, and eventually they're able to close the distance and get on top of them. And then once you get on top of them, they're cooked. And crucially, they get on top of them. Look at when Skewed dies, or MN3 dies, right? Not quite support ults. And it's really important that you win a fight before they get support ults, because if they get support ults this fight, they lose this fight as well, and then they're in last fight territory. Disaster. But now they have support ults, but O2 Blast has map control. O2 Blast also has their own ultimates to deal with their ultimates as well. What is the reason to Ashe instead of a Tracer Sombra? Open sightlines and hero preference. That's all. So if Seoul were to swap Sombra at some point, it would be totally fine. Be a good comp. Good comp. Just preference on the open sightlines of the map. And also, he's an elite tier Ashe. So, one of the best mechanical players in the world, in my opinion, is MN3. Now, they might... That's going to be a Bob on point. Feels a little early, I'm not going to lie with you guys. I mean... The idea is that they need to create a little bit of pressure so that they're able to walk forward, but I see no reason for us to be bobbing at this point in time. I would prefer our Brigzen to walk to this choke here, then bob, but I would also like to see that coincided with a rotation towards coast side. I think coast side, even into EMP and Primal, is probably the better play. At the very least, I think we could agree to another 2 or 3 seconds on that. Probe gets bashed. Did you guys see that? Of course you didn't, because it's not in the replay viewer. But yes, Probe gets bashed. That's going to be a wasted beat. Crucially, that's going to be survival for the backline, and they're going to keep walking forward and trade the backline. Huge from Infernal. The only saving grace here is that it's almost a little bit too greedy. Question marks about whether that trance was needed, most crucially, right? The beat is forced, but I would have liked to, the rally is being used, so I would have liked to have seen Skew try to greed that trance at least a little bit more, because this is a very expensive fight win for Infernal, but not the end of the world. Winning the fight is the most important thing. When is the replay viewer coming? We don't know, they refuse to tell us. Okay. Aggressive off angle here. We might just see a solo EMP in the Brig, who's playing very positioned. Okay, this is what we want to see. So, you guys want to talk about EMP play. One of the lowest hanging fruits when it comes to EMP play is when you are playing into an EMP as a Sombra Tracer team or a Ball Tracer team, Cunt Locator. Probe is going to be on backline looking for your backline. So he will be positioned very aggressively and very punishable. You also don't have a lot of ults to play around, so you need to try something a little bit maverick, okay? So this is something that really every flanker team should be looking for most of the time, at least at a very low level understanding of the comp. They have EMP, we don't really have much to go for it. Let's go hunt Sombras, because this is a very scary situation for Probe right now. Very, very. When am I gonna release the Al replay view?
But sort of avoiding the spy checking.
And there it is. He gets spy checked. He's in trouble. He's out. He's out. He's out. He's out. He's out. And then at that very moment, Infernal takes the trade. And so now we see a 4 versus 5 with Mines and Primal, but EMP is not on the table. And not only is EMP not on the table, but Probe is out of the fight. Love to see it. Well done, Infernal. Look at that. They don't even get the EMP they wanted. They never even got the EMP that they wanted. Now, they do hit both DPS, which is really nice. So maybe, but yeah. Well done. Will they be of the touch? Yes, they will. Monkey will die. Should be it. Yeah, it's going to be it. Okay. So, pretty well played by Infernal there. I think the execution on the Briggs and comp was pretty nice. The Lucio rotations from O2 on the retake were good. O2 looked pretty bad on the first round for the most part, for the dive synchronization. And then Infernal kind of fumbled the bag there at the end, but definitely some highlights of some pretty solid play from both sides. Let's, you guys have any questions? Hope O2 Blast doesn't go O2. You're simply hilarious. I'm not. Yeah, I got you, Jolly Rod. Yeah. Okay. Hey, Rob. Okay, let's keep going, y'all. Okay. Might see something close to a mirror here. People are playing a lot of Hanzo because longer sightlines here. Again, it's one of those situations where you could justify running Sombra here as well, quite easily. But a lot of the APAC teams do prefer the Hanzo because of the players that they have. So, it's also that like metas tend to be a little bit inbred as well, so opinions of what's a better composition will be shifted by the players that you have, but it also will be shifted because the teams that you're playing versus think that so-and-so is better. I mean, what was it? Albert, I mean, this is, I'm going to show you guys a really funny tweet. Gator said something about like, people are just evil, man, or something like that. No context, you know, like, wonder what's going on. But he posted this and then, Albert says, saying this as you guys have gaslit half the West into running Sombra May comps. I actually kind of like that. I think that's pretty funny. Because that's exactly the kind of thing that you talk about. Like, you guys talk about, like, what's the advanced strategy behind Philly playing this composition? A lot of the time, there is advanced strategy, but there's always at least a microdose of, this is just what's good. You know, like, this is just what teams are playing, right? So teams will just kind of play a little bit of flippity-flop, maybe play a little bit of this, play a little bit of that. This is what's good. And so there's always a little bit of... bias that's not always completely objective, right? Do you know why Mag might want to play D.Va on first? Yeah, so let's talk about this. So I am of the opinion that I would prefer the Winston on first, but there's the two things that the D.Va does really well, and one of these things is very uniquely powerful in King's Row. Can you guys think of what those things are? So let's just think about, ignore King's Row, think about the matchup. What does D.Va do in the matchup better than Winston? You guys who've been sitting in my analysis at this point should know by now. Before we talk about King's Row specifically, what does D.Va do in the matchup better than Winston? Peel, sure. DM, sure. Mark, yeah. Eats nade, sure. Yeah, I mean, your backline's in a more fragile position, so you're able to rotate a little bit easier. In marking tracer, enabling ranger, yeah. So there's a lot more accessibility when it comes to like clearing their tracer, easier with D.Va. A lot more with making these rotations from like point A or to point B or point X. I love that I say that as I write X and Y, right? If you guys are gonna rotate, we might see a backline rotation up the stairs, so we'd prefer matrix there instead of having to commit our bubble, right? We might be an easier time contesting and clearing Hanzo, right, as a D.Va. Something that I think D.Va has a hit or miss relationship with Sombra, but versus Hanzo, pretty good. At least when not dealing with Ultimate. Now, the real reason why I think Infernal are running the D.Va is not because of all those reasons, because for every reason that we can think of why D.Va is good, I can come up with a reason why I think Winston is just as good, if not better, even on attack. The real reason why I think they are running D.Va is I think that Infernal's plan is at some point to rotate their team to a powerful position and leverage point, and that is something that D.Va does objectively better than almost any other tank in the entire game. In addition to that, it's very powerful on first point King's Row. Yes, black strategy, yes. Winston cannot touch point without getting his bubble forced, and that is a big problem. He is very squishy. So he needs to be diving onto people, but if you want to leverage high grounds and just control point, D.Va is a trillion times better at sitting, absorbing point, and not dying. So my guess is that Infernal, at least in theory, wants to try and leverage point. That's what I would think. Now, that means that I don't think they'll play D.Va past first point. I would be surprised. They might play it, but I would be surprised.
Guess so.
Especially once ults start to come online, I think D.Va is significantly worse. They get Zest in the head.
Just gonna give it to MN3.
I'm looking very carefully at this backline, y'all. I think we might see that backline rotation that we talked about. We do. They get all the way around behind. Mag marks point. Therefore, also forces bubble. Oh my gosh, what a nade. He jukes it. Well done, MN3. And there it is. We have backline has completed the rotation. So they are now up top. We have, I think, MN3 taking an aggressive angle above point. And then Mag goes point. Really nicely done.
Out looking to clip MN3. He will be able to avoid that.
You guys see that? D.Va does that. I don't know what happens to Zest, but Zest just freaking dies. And so now they have to reset.
Yeah.
With that pick,
Animation cancel.
threat is now gone, and that was nasty stuff from him.
Well, the problem with D.Va is it's like you can control more space. You can control more frontline space easily as D.Va. But as soon as dives start happening, D.Va is just a lot worse.
This is one of the better tracer plays that we have in the league.
Freaking dies, yep.
Yeah. That's what I expect.
He's a real freaking dyer, that one. You know what I'm saying? The guy just freaking dies. He's got to really work on it. So then they go Winston. So yeah, I mean that 100% was why Infernal was doing that. You even notice that he doesn't stay past D.Va after the first fight, because if it doesn't work, he needs to get off of D.Va so he doesn't start wasting ult charge, because he's going to go to Winston. Okay, that's my guess. I think it's an educated one, and you know, honestly, that's as good as I can guess. Clear the Winston. Now they need to clear the Tracer. Can they clear the Tracer? Will they clear the Tracer? How will they clear the Tracer? I want to see where Mag goes. Yeah, so you notice Mag is not going to point now. He's going to high ground, right? He can tuck into here, actually set up and stage dives, and if they can get rid of this freaking Tracer, then Mag's not going to take any damage from out there.
Should really be ahead of Irony here. Usually attacking side Ana has the advantage, but with Marvel surviving, getting the
Zest keeps getting his donker knocked. I don't really know what that means.
Now, drain down his Mag. Swings back over here into the opening choke. Very slow going.
Yeah, very slow going. They're doing a good job. Like O2 Blast is doing a really nice job, like messing up Zest. Like credit to O2 Blast. They're doing a great job controlling these angles, right? They're not letting Infernal take off the space. Oh, that's a nice little dive there. Fixa kind of goofs. So I want you guys to watch this really carefully. Very, very interesting here.
Back up, and that does give Irony the first nano. So skewed.
You're gonna see a nano on Monkey, and now this is where I'm going to use the replay viewer without using a replay viewer. Okay, I want you guys to bear with me. I'm completely guessing.
Back up, and that does give Irony the first nano. So skewed, 16% or so behind. The nano already gonna be opened. Back up, and that does give Irony.
Wait,
the first
no.
Nano, so
I was gonna guess that we use bubble. It forces sleep. And whip shot. So then Marvel says, right? Because sleep dart and whip shot are the main reasons why you need your bubble when you have nano, right? But they also nade it. You guys see the nade here? But he gets whip shot. So I don't know. I mean, if you look at that, if Opener doesn't troll the lobby, which he does, look at this. He hits the whip, obviously, and then bashes into the Winston. No, that was really bad. That was really bad. Not Opener. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Fixa trolling the lobby. That was beyond dumb. Bashing into the Nano Monkey after you hit the whip shot. That is a bonker. That is an oopsies. That is an oh no-ner.
I think that's a huge pulse bomb as well.
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
was
on some
not
cases,
not.
you're probably
My
wondering
boy thought it
if
was
it's
Overwatch 1. Yeah, that was
like O2
questionable.
anyway.
And that's a really cheap fight win, right? Really cheap fight win. So we're 2 minutes in now. They're gonna see Nano on the Winston, potentially on the Mag at some point.
I'd like to have this primal more ready than 70%. If he should be
There's the aggression. He gets slept. Not the end of the world. There's probably not going to be a lot of punish. There is going to be a lot of punish. I didn't realize the Hanzo was there. There's the primal. And he might get punished for this, guys. Fixa overextends again. So he gets slapped. And they're going to be able to pretty easily force primal here. But the question is why on earth
if they can get a dive going, because they're under pressure.
is Fixa... So I'm trying to see what's going on here.
Away, which means by the time he's ready to go, the Nano, you'd like
Fixa ends up on statue. Please replay if you're okay. So Fixa is here, and Ana is here. So then Marvel flanked, and Fixa is there, I guess, to you have an easier time packing, okay, and to maybe hit a whip. So then they sleep the monkey, and then they primal. But Fixa doesn't give up space. Fixa freaking falls, and then freaking dies. Even though there's a primal in his backline, Fixa just stands here, and then falls off and dies. So Fixa, and Fixa rallies?
Talking about very much he's there and he's going to use it. In fact, cross Fixa fire and he just...
Alright, which one of y'all was paying off Fixa?
As you say, it's a cancel on the rally to
Which one of y'all was paying him off? I want to know. I won't tell anybody, just tell me who it was.
He needs to put it to good use to try to open
Worst case scenario, I tell your mama, that's about it.
absolutely swept under the rug. A minute and 17 seconds remaining.
I mean, they got to just
Questionable.
Finally, they have all the ultimates they need, minus a rally, which just got burned down there.
And the big problem here is that like that was your window to push, but now you're waiting for freaking Fixa, and you have to start all over again setting up your angles. And these guys have ultimates. This guy's gonna have an ultimate too soon.
Ultra Blast are pretty much out of ult, so it's just.
So now you just might just have to try to GG roll. Oh no, that's crazy, bro. Now you just have to like GG roll and like nano primal and just hope that something happens. Oh, huge kill on Top Dragon. Top Dragon really fumbles the bag. What even happens? Top Dragon is up top. Oh, Top Dragon gets shot by MN3, tries to greet his recall, then dies.
Push, but no, that shot, it just hurts.
It is going to be traded.
So what happens here? Still very winnable. Very easy to pull this one off. I mean, they have so many ultimates, so surely. There's the rally. Oh my gosh, Fixa. My man is fixing the matches. The man, he's not even close. He's just over there.
Oh, he sends out the Dragon Strike. He gets Fixa.
Where's the Nano? Where's the Nano?
Taken down.
What is going on, man?
Why does they sustain? Mag getting lower and lower. Dragon Strike from MN3.
There's a Nano, but it's pretty late. They catch Probe overextending though. Yeah, Probe way. Dude, these APAC hit scans have zero chill, man. They're like, oh, you know, let's just go. I think now's a good time to go. I hear Nano Monkey. I think we go now. Yeah, that was silly from Probe. And then that's gonna be the cap. Fixa now sitting on like 12 deaths, and they also Nano. Wait, what is going on, y'all? Oh my gosh, what is going on with this game? What? 1, 2, 3, and then Nano a rally? Nano a Brig? Bro, the Brig doesn't even have anybody to swing on. This isn't even possibly swingable. Bro, y'all are baiting me, man. Actually, you know what? First round was pretty good. I like the first round.
Not the payload. The cap itself hasn't been starting to cap.
All right, I'm not impressed so far. This has been which team is going to throw harder. This hasn't been good Overwatch. Even the first couple of deaths from Infernal, Zest just freaking dies to error twice in a row.
Should have burned the Nano there because you want the Nano for the retake. That's one
Man. Good contest from Mag. I like Mag. I think Mag's a good player. I really like Mag. Mag, I think, is the best APAC tank that I've seen so far. I haven't watched a lot of APAC games, but I've been impressed whenever I watched APAC play. What is going on my screen? So there's the recontest. This is like the classic APAC hit scan. Watch it, guys. Watch it. I'm sorry. This guys, if you guys anyone want to clip like APAC in a nutshell, right? Just clip this. We've got a Hanzo on an angle, and I want you guys just to watch MN3 in slow motion. Woo! He's in, man. Let's go. Like that is. That's APAC hit scan in a nutshell. Got a good angle? Nah. W. In we go. Oh my gosh. And then he's gonna die for that. But yeah, I think they pulled this out, right? Surely? Hey, oh no, wait, what? Oh my gosh, this is something else, y'all.
Comes up with such monstrous kills. He helped point this clock down to 2.5 minutes now as they get bumped up. They cannot deny the cap. So
yeah, it's something else. Fix is on like 44 deaths. Fix is going James Bond in your owl game. Okay.
Because alive for so much longer, he wasn't on point, by the way.
Tracer, Primal, Rally should be interesting here. I think kind of looking at this fight plan here, I like the angle that we've got from Probe over here. I want to see him with some Brig support if we can. He doesn't. MN3's going top. Top Dragon just, again, freaking dies. And the best part about this is the reason he freaking dies, and once again, thank you, Overwatch League replay viewer, for sharing this special moment with us. Young Rumble, thanks for the sub, mate. I don't know if you guys can scout this because red blurs on your screen. Freaking skewed on the flank. So Top Dragon gets shot, then slept, and then naded. So, ladies and gentlemen, a clutch owl moment that we will never see again. Thank you, Overwatch League replay viewer. Yeah, nice, cute little angle there from Skewed. Definitely catches Top Dragon with the pants down. The only problem, obviously, is that he's very close, which means that he's more vulnerable to Primal, which he does get traded to. There's the headshot. We're going to commit Primal here. It's fine. We're getting a lot of nice push. And honestly, a pretty cheap fight win for Infernal. Primal for Primal. Pulse for nothing. 2 for 1 and a fight win. We take that.
For how long it took Seoul Infernal to get A, the pacing for B has been pretty good so far. Extremely good.
So all Infernal really need to do is just take good angles on point from here. Dragon point, rally in response to anything that they throw. Probably Nano Monkey. And then be able to commit their own Nano a little bit later. I think Seoul is probably at a good spot to win this one.
Exactly what you want to see. This fight is going to come down to
early Dragon, that's going to force a bit of a rotation, and it's going to force an early rally. I mean, I think the Dragon's probably okay as it was. I think maybe being a little bit more patient there would have been better. There's the rally. Is that in response to Nano Monkey? No, they just rally. So they need to get pressure off of this rally now before they Nano, and they don't, and Fix a freaking dies again. Okay, so what's happening off screen is we Dragon a little early before they really needed to. So then it's kited by O2 Blast, who rallies, to be fair, but probably didn't even need to rally. So then they jump in, and Fixa immediately jumps, but I don't know why. Because Marvel doesn't jump deep. He jumps the point. So then we need... I don't know why he rallies. I don't know why Fixa rallies. There's no threat here. There's Nano on board very soon. It would have been much better to chill and then pop rally a little bit later and actually push, or to counter the Nano. So Fixa rallies, but then not only does he rally, he looks like he goes in aggressively on Probe. He is in. Fixa is in, ladies and gentlemen. Fixa is in, which makes no sense, but considering that they're also rallying and that they have Nano. So I wish I could see what Fixa saw. Maybe I don't want to see what Fixa sees. Maybe I don't. Maybe it's just as well that we live on in ignorance, because Fixa freaking dies. Because he goes in and he gets stunned by opener and freaking dies. Ladies and gentlemen, Fixa. And somehow O2 Blast pulls this one out because Fixa freaking dies.
But it's going to be damn close to overtime, if not already in OT.
Does not know when he needs to be pushing in aggressively or when he needs to be giving up space whatsoever. One of the worst Brig starts that we've seen in a game all season. And that is all. Who did Fix a Play for last season?
You guys don't look at explosions. There's Seoul Infernal. No time now, but they actually do have a nano at least. A nano they probably should have played in the last fight.
Dragon was monstrous.
Nano at least. A nano they probably should have played in the
Which
last
OD
fight.
team? I'm just a joke, ladies and gentlemen. It's a joke.
Do have a nano
It's a
at
joke. Okay. Same team. Oh, Philly. Okay. All right. Let's take a look here. So, going to this fight, Nano Monkey, most likely, there's nothing that you need to be nanoing your Brig for, so there's no peel. You guys are a lot of questions about, like, why people nano Brigs. It's just for peel. It's just for peel. And it can also be a peel that turns into a punish, to where they peel and then they push afterwards, right? So, yeah. Just a rebrand? Okay. I'm surprised we don't see the pulse on Monkey there. That would have forced an early nano. But that's fine. There's a dragon that's going to be pretty easily kited by Infernal. A lot of these dragons kind of feel randomly timed. Probe is on his own. He gets cleared out pretty easily. There's the nano on MN3, who is... I don't know where nano is. Oh, he's 1. It's a peel nano. Why is he 1? I don't know why he's 1. I don't know what's happening off screen, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. So they peel nano there. He gets the kill in opener. Huge clutch. And again, that's one of those peel nanos, right? Where somebody gets low, they nano, they keep them up, and then he's allowed to push afterwards because of the nano. So there's nothing exactly like revolutionary there, but nice little kite there on the dragon. Good little push there from Infernal. Okay. Nano rally is the definition of call an ambulance, but not for me. Oh yeah, 100%. Okay. Hanzo is really quite amazing on this part of the map. High ground is phenomenal. The Winston Tracer are in, so MN3 walks forward, and we're gonna get a nice little kill here. That's a big kill because that's gonna put us in essentially single fight territory on third point, and that's really important. I mean, you can even see here, like, look at all the high ground control that they get. Like, Cart is already basically around the corner. Dragon is something. Okay, so there's not a lot of value that you can get out of a Dragon this comp, so I don't really have a huge problem with it. I just think he launched it a little bit high. He's gonna lunge away from the Monkey. But I don't know if that... I felt like an accident, which is kind of funny, because if it had not been an accident, he would have just died here. So he dodges the Nano Monkey landing damage. He gets primaled out, he gets double pocketed, and then the nade is huge because it keeps him up. So Marvel isn't able to finish the kill. In addition, Irony gets the trade on backline. Mag does the thing that Fixa freaking should have done and go, oh, there's a primal on my backline. I don't need to force it. I'm just going to peel back and survive and then push back in now. So now we're going to see the rubber band. Kind of a conservative bubble from Mag there, but it does the job. Now we over pursue and probe, and that should be a full cap from Infernal. Bit rate goes to La La Land. They secure the kill, and that should be it. Surely, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Fix is completely trolling the lobby. Mag's playing well. I think Scoot's playing pretty well. Zest, a few unnecessary deaths, pops off at the end. Same thing with MN3. They're doing a great job pocketing MN3 when he's going off. He's definitely a feeder. MN3 is a hard feeder. You pocket him or he dies. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. Feast or famine there. A lot of DPS players in the league are like that. But you know, it's Pine-esque vibes, but you know, it's working quite well. I really think that you got to look at this fight and be like, why have we committed Nano Primal and we can't get a single kill when they don't have Nano or Rally to peel? That's like super questionable from O2 Blast. The Tracer goes in a little bit early, the Pulse misses, and then Marvel's not able to finish the juggle. And because Top Dragon has recalled out, the follow-up damage on MN3 isn't there. Huge beef from O2 Blast. A lot of their ultimates have been really bad, and as badly as Seoul have fumbled some of their support ultimates, O2 Blast has done none better. I think Mag, I've been very impressed by Mag from what I've seen of him on Winston and what I've seen on Ball. Even his Ryan looked a little pretty decent from the little bit that we saw. Okay, let's keep going.
Looks like it's
MN3
just going
is-
to be very much the same, no changes. But MN3 with the Ash.
I feel the need to make a case for Fixa. Well, here's the thing. Everybody has bad maps. So, you know, Fixa looked horrible this map. But it's a map. Who knows?
Clearly one of his best heroes, if not his best. Something that has to be respected from the
So,
Archer's side.
really just a hero preference thing. Obviously, you don't necessarily win the duel with the Hanzo all the time. But you do get a lot of consistent pressure onto Winston. And you do get a lot of consistent threat onto the backline as they're rotating. And your ultimate is significantly better. I don't think we'll see MN3 stay on Ashe past first point, because second point feels a little bit awkward for Ashe. And I think third point Hanzo is better because of how long the sightlines are. But the Ashe is a cute little opener.
I do worry a little bit about this hero choice as we head into B, because Hanzo is definitely better on B than Ashe, but MN3 can get a lot of work.
MN3, as we said, a little bit of a feeder. I mean, he is just completely pushing W on the floor with this angle. And it does mean that Seoul has lost a lot of space. They are all on the floor now. Why does Opener die? Opener, I think, bashes bubble, it sounds like, maybe. No, maybe he just dies. Like, he just dies. Like, I don't even know. Irony and Opener just freaking died to a Winston. This is just horrible backline play. They just die. There's not even Tracer follow-up here, unless I'm missing something. There's no nade.
Forward Mag.
Bizarre. No idea. Wish I could tell you what happened there, but Mag just jumps backline and kills both of them without nade help, without Tracer help. The guy is just built different, I guess. He holds mouse one in a way that just others wish they could replicate. You should never have that. Never have that. A single Winston jumping onto an Ana brig at that distance with no Tracer follow-up, no nade, and no DPS follow-up. I don't know exactly what happened there, but that's ugly. Expected Marvel to counter dive? What do you mean counter dive? Like, Marvel's job is to keep the enemy backline tied up, right? His bubble's not going to change the fact. It's going to go zap right through his bubble. It doesn't change anything. Generally, you don't see peeling back as much. Opener and Iron need to take care of themselves versus a solo Winston.
Mag just goes in and he finds, I think, unassisted kills onto both of them.
When it comes to mistakes, one-on-ones, same way that I coach you guys in a one-on-ones, same way that I coach Overwatch League players with one-on-ones. It's no change. In fact, I just worked with Molfig just the other day, not the other day, a couple weeks ago, on Winston stuff with their contender stuff. Same way, I treated him, I coached him like I do any other player. I mean, obviously you treat every player a little bit differently, because that's what a good one-on-one coach does, but it's the same stuff. Asking questions, theory crafting, checking how we're using our cooldowns, looking at avoidable deaths, trying to find the root result, right? Like, yeah. Like, I want to know, I want to ask these guys, why did you just freaking feed there? What happened? Were you expecting something? Did you underestimate it? And there are, if it's just a goofy error, then you go next fight. That being said, one of the marks of a great player is that they don't make too many goofy errors, right? One of the mistakes of a great player is that they're either limit testing and opening themselves up to errors because they're trying new things, or they don't make the same stupid error over and over and over and over and over again. For example, like if I'm like one of the things that you look for in a great Tracer player is cutting down on unnecessary deaths. Hey, Brad.
But now he's very quickly caught
Angles and timing, naturally.
up, and
Yeah, I've been helping several contenders players and teams on the side. Working with a little bit of a few World Cup teams as well.
And similar story to what we saw when Infernal attacking. Irony was behind.
I'm just not interested in coaching any contenders teams full time. I've had a few offers, some of which were actually pretty decent, but I enjoy content too much.
Zest doing plenty of damage here. He should have the first ultimate of the team with the pulse bomb. His bio nades get traded across.
They're peeling off.
Zest doing plenty of damage here. He should have the first.
So, one thing to notice, and I don't know if this is the Hanzo adjustment or not, but Infernal's having a really hard time controlling space. So Infernal's backline has very quickly ended up migrating into this choke, and they've lost all control of the high grounds, which means it's really, really hard for Zest to control this flank up here because he's doing it so almost completely by himself. So the question for me is this on purpose from Infernal? Is there some sort of strategy that they have around that? You can see that the Ashe is playing wide here to try and bait the dive to go back in. But it is tough. I think it is tough. It's opening up backline nades from Hotel. But it's a little tough, right? Probe, super aggressive play.
He does get taken out. Probe able to find one. Does get punished by Fixa. 1-for-1.
Look at how patient Mag is, right?
Fixa manages to double down, finds another elimination.
Look at that. Look at that. Unbelievable patience there. Nice trade.
You want to see the attacking side on and have that.
I'm curious why O2 Blast. I think O2 Blast is making mistakes here. I think O2 Blast should see this and look for an opportunity either to aggressively push Pincer from here if they haven't already, or maybe even just take high ground here. I think Infernal is completely forfeited. I think that opens up that far right rotation to the high ground if they wanted to take it. I'm surprised that they're not taking it. It might be that Infernal doubles back and takes away there, like flips the map, but then you're on high ground and then you have easier point pressure. So I know I'm kind of talking fast here. I don't want to take the time to explain every single point. I won't be able to for everybody. But basically the TLDR is that by going in that small little cubby, they've opened up O2 Blast to taking all the high grounds away, but O2 Blast is choosing not to. O2 Blast is just kind of sitting there and trading with them there, and I find that interesting. And then basically what's happening is now that we just have mechanical trades. Huge play from Irony there. We have the cat.
Hang on.
We'll be able to take out Zest. Tracer down their tank.
Hang on.
Jumped out. Nano into the back line.
Kind of a questionable Nano, I'm not gonna lie with you guys. Definitely forced. That's gonna open up a recontest from Infernal.
Because you want this Nano for the final fight, and if you're Mag, you pretty much just jump.
Yeah, that's rough. That's really, really rough. There's the zoning. Go back, deal with Tracer. We don't need to chase. The Hanzo's out of the fight. Back, go back, go back, go back. That's gonna force the counter rally. O2 Blast is out of ult. Marvel's not able to build his. Oh my days. Mag does a great job greeting things. Marvel is not able to build his ult. There's the counter rally from Fixa. Infernal's just having their way. I don't think he was greeting. I think they went for the kill. I just think he got pocketed.
Now he's looking for a little bit more. Maybe he was going to commit it there just to get some extra stagger.
Mag is low. Mag should be fine. Mag is fine. And they're going to try and brute force this right now. They're not going to waste any time at all. There's the jump. MN3 is very close. He gets great peeling from his soul. There's the punish, but because no bubble, there's the whip, there's the shot, there's the punish, was that a nade as well? Maybe not. And that's going to force a recall and an early primal. We might see a Nano on the Ashe actually here with the position that we're seeing right now. That would have been a Nano and Ashe, I promise you, if we'd seen it. In fact, he might have been expecting it. So again, MN3, freaking feeder. He's on point. He really should not be on point. He should be trying to coach to high if he can. Or at least coach back to his team. I'm not sure how he even ended up here. But yeah, he messes up. There is an active primal, but he ends up standing out in the open and gets punished. That probably means a cap. We might see a Nano and Monkey. There it is. So why opener? Top Dragon screws it up. Great stick by Zest. This is crazy. These clutches are absolutely insane. Yeah, they can dive. They can absolutely dive. They just need to set up on they need to set up their space control better. Like O2 Blast is just like 3-2-1 run it down. 3-2-1 run it down. We're kind of rushing things.
This is the final fight for sure.
Winston shot versus Brigana is the zone Brigana. And or dive Hanzo. Wow, what a shot.
Looks like he caught an arrow there, a stray one coming through from Probe. And now much larger arrows rakes across the point with the Dragon Strike. This is go time and Marvel's
Probe, huge.
Large arrows rakes across the
so huge shot there. Then that's really gonna throw the whole fight. Because now we're in one tick territory. There's no peel, there's no support. Infernal's trying to clutch, it's too late. I'm sitting here and just willing Fixa not to pop that dragon, or that rally. Does good fight punting help with staying up dives? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Knowing, hey guys, soft diving, we're gonna take control, we're gonna rotate right and all that kind of stuff. Really important. There's the swap to Hanzo as predicted on second.
0 seconds. You have to be able to push through B cleanly, just like Seoul Infernal did. You have to be able to push through C cleanly as well. So for the rest of the map now, the rest of this attack.
So rally for rally, Primal is probably going to force rally, and then Infernal will be able to rally a little bit later. We're seeing a very cool setup with Primal. Right now, he's jumping onto Probe as we speak. Probe drops. That's going to force Bubble, though. So we might have to see a bit of a force Primal here. He's trying to dodge Sleep Dart. He almost does so. It doesn't matter that much because Infernal is going to be able to walk forward and force this. And they might be able to catch Opener before he gets Rally here. Let's see what happens. They're not able to peel off MN3. Where is MN3? MN3 gets naded and smoked. So I think the main thing here is that Mag just gets scouted too early. Probe goes top, finds Mag, they peel back, they force Mag's Primal before Infernal's ready. So then by the time Infernal actually gets here, instead of having Bubble and Spam, now we just have a sleeping Primal. That's a bit unfortunate. That's a little bit lucky, but a bit unfortunate. Is this comp super common? Yes, it's pretty common. They are able to get the trades though. And they do force the rally.
Juggle Irony out into the open, but really good Sleep Dart will provide quite a bit of
so Fix says late to rally again.
Rally's rolling on either side. Irony will get eliminated here. Probe continues to be under fire, but as the Primal expires, Mag.
And then now Fix it just needs the W key, see if he can get a kill. I don't think they get out. Yeah. That's pretty tragic from Seoul. Bit of a micro error again from Fixa. I think. Why does Marvel use Primal? I guess he just doesn't want to die. Yeah, okay.
Been a little bit poor on the O2 Blast side today across both maps is sometimes expending the.
Yeah, the Hanzo's more map dependent.
Does have compounding effects and flow-on effects to future fights. This is where Marvel is taking a lot of damage on purpose. It's quite risky, but it does translate to healing.
Gonna be able to recontest with Nano. Both teams.
To then Max Skewed, who's about to have one.
Mag on top, flank from Zest, and then we're gonna go 3, 2, 1. Here it is. 3, 2, 1. There it is. They get the angle. The pulse whiffs. Mag doesn't even nano. Now, you guys are gonna wonder why sometimes you see these late nanos. Okay? So we see this sometimes where you see them jump, bubble, and then nano afterwards. Not something that you're gonna want to replicate in ranked most of the time. Okay? So, right now, for example, what I anticipate is the reason why you see these jumps is to try and play around Whip Shot and Sleep Dart. If you jump now on point, bubble breaks, stuff gets kind of messy, there's a chance that Opener or Irony use their Sleep Dart and nade, or Whip Shot. And that's probably the cue for Mag to then call for Nano and then go in hard. Because he doesn't need Sleep Dart or doesn't need Bubble. If the thing, like, do you notice there's no Sleep Dart, there's no Whip Shot here. Maybe that was it there. I'm not sure. I guess my question here is, I'm assuming that Irony must have used Sleep Dart, otherwise he should be slept here immediately. So I think that was Sleep Dart right there. I don't know, guys. I couldn't tell you. It extends the dive, yes, but he should be slept and killed with playing like that. So I'm not sure, to be honest with you guys. Winston does bait jumps to get whip and sleep out. Yes, he does, but that's not what happened there. So I don't know what to tell you. There's the dive off of the dragon. Really nice jump. Would have liked to have seen Probe on the high, but yeah, he gets punished.
Enough damage from Mag to be able to jump forward and find Probe. Opening kill going the way of the Soul Infernals. They look to hold the line here right in front of B.
O2 Blast reset, so they're going to wait for Probe to respawn, which means 40 seconds remaining. Likely the last fight here. Skewed slept, but not going to be any advantage that O2 Blast can really jump upon. As you like to see them get a similar kill to what M3 and Mag got together with the Dragon Strain combo. O2 Blast is just
Tracer wrapping behind. He's thinking pulse bomb. They get the punish on Tracer for overextending. I think O2 Blast as a whole is definitely behind the curve. Fix has trolled a lot of fights, but there's been a lot of fights where O2 Blast has not been synced on their dives on the first map, and they've not been synced on their dives on the second map. That's been the biggest takeaway for me. I think you could argue that MN3's had more pop-off moments as well. Maybe Skewed has looked a little bit more comfortable on the Ana as well. Mag a little bit more comfortable on the Monkey. But the biggest thing for me from a macro perspective is it feels like Infernal, whenever they dive, are a lot more on the same timing, on the same page. And I think that's making their dives look a lot better as a result.
Juggling around probes. Zest comes in for the alley-oop. They get the further elimination. Healing. Pulse pump needs to go big. Or else this could just be it. The touch, is it there? The answer.
Yeah, that's it. So pretty dominating performance from Infernal there, despite Fix's wild shenanigans, and to a lesser extent MN3. Just the better dive team. The better dive team. Better dive timing, better dive cohesion, all on the same page, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty good. I think outside of Fixa really screwing up there at the end, I think for the most part, got a siren going on. Infernal's dive was pretty solid there. Really quite solid. Holy crap. So I live near a fire station a few miles on the road. Holy crap, they're going wild. Okay, let's do this. I have to tinkle. So I'm gonna run a 30-second ad so new viewers don't have to deal with an ad when they join stream. And I will be back in like 45 seconds. Be right back. Okay, we're back. Let's continue. Tinkle time indeed. Riveting stream this is, yes. So far, first map, very engaging, very interesting. Some questionable play on the first round, but the second and third round I found to be pretty fun. Not too bad. I just realized that somebody cashed in special push-ups. Leno did. Sadly, I have a bit of an injury, so I can't do any handstand push-ups at the moment. But if you remind me later, I will cash them in at a future time. But yeah, second round, not so good. I think Infernal gave a pretty decent demonstration of some decent dive outside of Fixa trolling the lobby. But O2 Blast was just completely out of their element. So not as interesting of a game. I'm looking forward to seeing it prove as we go along. Okay, let's take a look here. So Infernal with the Ramatra May Sombra stuff. This is a you go brawl, we cheese the lobby here. I don't like the Sombra and the Brawl Mirror on this map very much unless you're Lip. I think the hit scan is just the better hero on this map with the amount of open sightlines. And MN3 is a phenomenal hit scan. So I'm going to cut Infernal some slack and assume that they're expecting O2 Blast to come out on a sniper comp or maybe something like this where the Sombra could be actually pretty useful versus the squishy backline. So let's see what happens.
Okay, well, Probe seems like he's got a pretty damn good idea of where MN3 is and actually gets him, I think, with just a straight shot blind.
Wow.
Pretty damn good idea of where MN3
So this is how you break this choke, by the way. And then I think also Tracer's wrapping around behind or is already engaged, right? So, yeah.
It actually gets him, I think, with just a straight shot blind.
Yeah, Tracer's all the way in their backline. Yeah, this is good for Mo2.
Then follows up, finds Skewed, and that is one hell of a way to break the forward hold. I take some
Huh.
heroics now from the remaining members of the Infernal to try to turn the tides of this one. Immortality Field is going to be melted down, and then, yeah.
Historically, Eastern teams, oh wow, are not as skilled at the brawl. So I'm curious to see how Seoul performs.
Yeah. I mean, you typically expect
That was a great pincer, very well timed. They go dive. Oh boy. Honestly, Brawl is just better on this map. If you can play Ryan Brawl or Ramattra or Lucio Brawl and just take a bunch of fights on cart and use your ults well, this comp doesn't stand a chance. Not in the current meta right now. Ramattra ult's too good, Beat's too good, EMP too good, Blizzard way too good. You could just run, rotate to point, die on point. Run, rotate to point, die on point, and waste so much time. Yeah, I mean, this. Okay, here's the thing. This is the counter comp for this, right? But it doesn't play the map very smart because you're missing the Lucio, and Hanzo's Tracer. These heroes are just kind of better, right? The reason why you want Brawl on this map is because there's a lot of tight rotations that you could do to stop and die on point, and the nature of Escort means that if you have a Brawl comp that fights on point, you get 3 fights. This comp is not going to get 3 fights. This comp is going to get 1 more fight on this point, and then that's it. And I don't think they're going to win it because the space for this comp is way too much. It's way too big. So this is a very, very risky move. High risk, high reward. If you come in here and you win this next fight, you set up a really nice dive in the backline and you get the kill and maybe you farm EMP, then you will full hold them on first point. If it doesn't work, you could really see a snowball that could last for quite a long time until maybe late second. The reason why Ryan gets value here is because you play dirty. You don't hold the choke here, you hold the spawn door, and then you fight right here, and then you fight right here, and then you hold the choke again there, right? The way most teams play in ranked is not how you play Ryan on this map. It's just not, people in ranked aren't smart enough to actually do that. Hey, what's up?
If you gotta go Ram, you're playing Ram the entire way through because you're valuing the fact that you start on
So
the hero early.
there's the Reaper swap, which is pretty cute, and they play Ring Around the Rosie with them. Look at them, ladies and gentlemen. They counter comp.
Just play the Ryan because the Ryan is much better at spawn camping.
It's interesting that Probe goes Reaper and not something like a Hanzo or Sojourn. I think Sojourn would probably be my, but I mean, I think Sojourn's so much weaker now that I think Reaper's fine. It's a weird variation, but there's the hack nade. That's gonna force attack out.
Go to go.
Hey, Gregor.
Opener.
Gregor.
Just around the back, trying to threaten, but needs to get out of that position.
Force Wraith. Good cooldown trades, honestly, from Infernal.
Damage coming up from the side of the Infernal.
There's a nade again on Probe. Probe should die. He doesn't. He gets away with his life.
For the time being. Fix up. Being threatened out of position here. Throws out that Suzu, puts some damage down.
He's on the flank.
Makes his exit, but Knife does have that pulse at the ready.
Let's see a pulse dive now. Pulse dive. Pulse dive. 3, 2, 1. EMP. Good EMP, and it doesn't matter.
He goes out, but yeah, I mean, it's not.
I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea what just happened on my screen. They force recall. They get a 4-man EMP. I think Fix It just doesn't. I think they just mess up. Like I don't know what else the salute. Like Irony just doesn't die.
He goes out.
Irony just doesn't die. MN3 just dies to nothing.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe he throws Translocator. Maybe he throws Translocator, guys. I don't know. I think this is one of those fights where, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to tell you what happened without replay viewer. I don't know what Fix-It cooldowns had. I don't know if Fix-It could have positioned better. I don't know why MN3 dies. That sucks, guys. That sucks.
but unfortunately, the follow-up is not looking great.
It's literally impossible for me to know the status of what was going on there. That's so frustrating, man. Phenomenal fight win from O2 Blast. Really, really important fight win. You're going to be able to snowball into this next fight.
it's a bit of a speed run so far, and I think a lot of this is
M3 goes Ash.
coming from the flow and
I think
effects
that's
of
fine.
Soul
That's a little bit more of a
changing
counter comp to their
positions.
Reaper
M3
foolishness,
stayed on the Sombra, so
and
very early
your comp
game
can
B,
still
but
die
they're
fine.
making the rest of the ultimates right now. Ultrablast, because they solidly won that first fight at spawn, they're far further ahead in ultimates.
Yeah, I would
Sombra
agree with that,
which
Jacob.
is-
But
again,
it's
good
so
that
hard to
Sombra's
know
been
exactly the
heroes,
micro of what went wrong there, you know?
synergize with the dive. I'd rather he just stay on the Sombra, because that's actually a dive hero.
I disagree with Avril. I think as long as M3 doesn't immediately dive, the Ash makes total sense. This comp is a lot less hard to just 3-2-1 dive now. Now you need to kind of control open sightlines. What you'll do is you'll have your Kiri Ash playing together, maybe. You'll have your Ana playing on an angle, assisting the Winston, and the Tracer playing at an angle as well. You could also have the Kiri Tracer playing together too. I mean, versus the Reaper and the Brig, you could just play any sightline that you want. Now, this isn't really a spam comp anymore. As long as he doesn't die and doesn't troll with his position, he should be okay. Yeah, it's fine. See? A lot of ultis from O2. They're two of the most, they're really their number one most powerful and ultimate, and then to a lesser extent their second most powerful ultimate. I've just been blown and nothing's happened. So I assume they win this fight. There's Nano the Monkey. A little bit unfortunate that he's on the Reaper, and a little bit unfortunate that he has to go the Primal. And I really need follow-up from that. That was quite tragic here. So the timing of the Nano is the problem here, okay? For this Nano to work, do you see what attack is doing here on the flank? He's controlling MN3. So what I imagine Fixa's doing is Fixa's playing with the Ash, but I would prefer Fixa, I think, to be with the Tracer and let the Ana pocket the Ash, because we need as many people as possible to go around the Sigma. You can't brute force into a Sigma. So unfortunately, MN3 is a non-factor this fight. Fix is a non-factor this fight. Skewed is a non-factor this fight, and it's all attack's fault. So the way to beat this is you need to go around. You can't go through. So I think Kiri Tracer is definitely going to be better here now that I'm thinking about it. Kiri Tracer. So the problem here is Mag is in, but also Zest doesn't do a lot, and I'm curious why.
Now on the magazine looks for a target. Jump in.
So there's Zest, but he's forced to disengage pretty quickly. And we still don't have any follow-up from the rest of the backline. And see, there's Fixa, right? Fixa's not actually engaged at all. Knife should die though, so that's good. But a bit of an expensive investment for not a lot of return.
The final second comes in, Probe will fall, a little bit of additional value. But for a second there, it was looking like the ultimate is going to expire, and then O2 is just going to be able to return fire.
I think Probe is also on the wrong hero here. Hanzo would do a lot more work in this type of composition than what his Reaper is, but he's kind of locked into the Reaper because the Death Blossom is available.
Yeah, I think Hanzo would be a good swap.
Play, but found out by Man.
I think versus the Ash Tracer, I don't think you're as concerned of dying on Hanzo. The Queen is interesting. It's definitely anti-monkey, but again, I don't. It's like, here's the thing, guys. It's like the Queen. If you close my eyes and I saw this comp, I'd be like, yeah, this is pretty good. This is all right. I would like maybe a Hanzo here, you know. But the thing is like, I think the Sigma is just pretty darn good in this map. I don't know. Queen's not bad. Let's keep watching. Cheers, Horizons. Oh, thank you, Lottery Bags. Appreciate it. A lot of practice. Good kill by MN3. This is why you put him on Ash, right? Just a free 25 seconds that you just won.
Also sucks for Probe because Probe wants to move forward and find an angle for this Death Blossom.
I don't know that you're going to get a Death Blossom. Oh.
Probe because Probe wants to move forward and find an angle for this Death Blossom, but he'll just do it anyway. Okay.
Right. That's one of the caster curses of all time. I don't think Probe is gonna get Death Blossom. He dies to Death Blossom. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I guess, whatever. You know, I mean, it's like, you're not gonna get a good Death Blossom opportunity versus this comp. You're never gonna be able to get close to anything. So, Fix is gonna go Brig, which I actually don't like. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. I mean, it's good at holding close space, which is might be, but it might be just more of a map specific thing. I like the Kiriko a lot better, unless Fixate just has a preference for Brig, and then Probe goes Sojourn.
Sojourn's okay here. I think a lot of players are now playing the Sojourn, so that's fine.
Oh!
I think a lot of
What?
players are now playing the Sojourn.
Zest gets recall forced, overextends, dies. Looks like a little bit of a miscommunication there. That does tend to happen sometimes, where people go, we're up one, let's push. And then the enemy team commits an ultimate, case in point. Right? Case in point. So then Zest goes in thinking they're up one, but instead we're kiting, and then we kind of leave Zest on an island. It's a tricky situation.
So that's fine.
Oh,
Attack, good pickup.
quite the lineup decline.
Oh no. And again, it feels like Infernal's over-investing a little bit, right? Huge sleep.
Burnt down Irony as well, going to fall. Despite the efforts here from Attack, fighting
But they clutch it out. Okay.
Is eventually going to end up getting taken out. There's nothing more of an opener to do.
Was dying worth it though? I mean, I don't know, honestly.
Remaining still very doable for the side of O2 Blast, but they need to get
Maybe.
a reset in.
Shake it up, maybe cause some chaos so that you can do something.
Blows, good nades, and a sleep dart onto Attack will save Fix's life.
Oh, wait. Yo! No, I'm getting PTSD. Junker Queen goats. No.
Ash earlier on saying it wasn't particularly.
I don't think this comp makes sense on this map. I don't think it makes sense. I'm assuming I'm proven wrong here because O2 Blast wins this map. Spoiler alert, this goes to map 5. But there is so much high ground, and there are so many angles on this, especially attacking the second point here. And you have an Ashe and an Ana and a Tracer on high. And this is, guys, this is old Junker Queen. This is not new Junker Queen either, right?
Going in.
I don't like this comp. I don't like this comp. I don't like this comp. I don't think it has the sustain. What? Oh, MN3.
MN3 is free to shoot however he likes. Unless he gets
Classic MN3. He's taking an aggressive angle around the corner, which isn't the problem. The problem is the response is too slow. He should already have been gone. He coach gun. Listen for the coach gun. Listen. Right there. Too late. He coach guns at least a second and a half, 2 seconds too late. He should be at least another 4, 5, 6 meters away. And so he dies.
Unless he gets shot in the face by opener.
And that's a classic MN3, right? I love that I'm literally having to use audio cues to tell you about a cooldown being used. Good gosh, man. It's much harder than actually playing the game. Trying to understand what's going on. Good trying the pulse. The pulse whiffs. This is why I'm scared of this comp with an on high. They miraculously live this. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Rally is popped. Not a good rally from Irony. It's way too early. And really not good positioning from Skewed here at all. Skewed should not be here. Skewed should have already rotated out to the opposite high ground window, and in pocket, even just that rotation alone would have been an easy fight win. It looks like he goes for a nade, and they just completely lose focus on what's going on. Poor rotation from Infernal. Mag's gonna commit the primal just to try and stall this out. They did get a pick as well, so him playing his life there. Zest dies. They almost get the kill on Probe, not quite, and that is, despite the odds, miraculously going to be a cap from some of the most cacophonous collection of errors that I have ever seen. Fix is gonna go for the hero play. Mag gets the Mega, but gets marked by Tracer. The hack on opener is there. The nade is there. Will they get the kill? They will. They're not able to stun the ult though because he doesn't have bash. Look at that, guys. If he'd bash this, I think they win this. But he's not able to bash it in time. He bashes late. He's dead. Wow. That's crazy, y'all. That's crazy. Okay, so now there's a Kiriko coming back. More spam, more off angles. I'm kind of surprised. I mean, MN3 goes Sombra and just dies. Is his
This
locator
kind of the
destroyed?
weakness of the Junker King composition.
No, he just doesn't
How much
translocate.
pocket do you need? Yeah, okay, MN3 just caught there, unlucky. The fact that Irony stayed on means he values this rally.
Another mechanical play, an overextension, a forced dive, and a punish. Very questionable dive there.
Lost by it, it would seem. Nag taken down as well. Really great staggers found as they just continue to keep.
I mean, I think this comp is pretty meh on this patch. It's pretty bad in this patch. On current patch, this makes a lot more sense. But on versus this comp, it's okay. As soon as this hero goes like a hit scan, though, this comp is dead in the water.
By the way,
Wait a second. Does MN3 actually swap to Sombra when he dies on Ashe? I'm curious. Yeah, see, this is a mistake. This is a big mistake. He should not. Sombra is worse versus this. I thought he went this for a quick touch to recontest, but he doesn't. He goes to because he thinks it counters it. He's wrong. It doesn't. Sombra is not very good versus this composition. Very easy to force. Shout, Brig, Lucio, Sojourn. No. Sombra is not very good. This is a poor swap from MN3. Should have stayed. Ashe. Even with a limited space that he had there, would have been a lot more. Done a lot more.
Kariko come through from Irony because every single time Skewed lands abilities, it's going to be really tough for attack. This is kind of the weakness.
No, he didn't swap the touch. No. That's what I thought too.
Unlucky.
But yeah, versus the Sombra Tracer, the O2 Blast comp is okay. I don't love it versus the Ana Curie. The Curie definitely adds a little bit of extra flavor, which makes it difficult, but yeah.
Timing. Like you need to see Opener survive and maybe not get hacked there. If he can survive this EMP, O2 Blast, 4th thresh will be more, and he's...
Oh man, it's just a really bad EMP.
4th thresh will be more.
He gets spy checked. The dive isn't very good. The nade only hits Queen. As long as they survive, it's not the end of the world because you probably forced more cooldowns than you used there. Like you probably forced Shout. So we see another dive now with Nano Monkey, but like you've really dug a hole. There's the Ashe swap. Thank goodness. Nano on Monkey. He doesn't end up getting the probe though, and there's the APAC hit scan moment. They get the kill on MN3, who is somewhere. He's on the opposite high ground. He gets pincered by Tracer. Okay. Should be very winnable for Seoul though, even with the active rally. You've traded nicely. Oh, he gets bashed. He didn't need to touch that soon. That's a huge stick. Gonna completely melt his armor. He should die now. Dodges the sleep dart. Kind of an ult. Hits the Genji as well. Yeah, Infernal really fumbles the bag with ult economy, man. Like, they really don't get anything out of any of their ultimates. Even on second, have a lot of overcommitting. MN3 struggling a little bit with the Sombra. A lot of poorly timed dives there toward the end on third point as well. Skewed's backline rotation's not as good. O2 Blast getting a lot more value of their ultimates. A lot more cohesive unit there. Okay. Yeah, that's crazy.
And as expected as well, you know.
Okay, spam opener from O2 Blast. We might see this comp. I don't know that we'll see Lucio. I would expect Ana. But even the Ana is hard into the Sigma and defense. I'm curious what Infernal opens here. I imagine it will be this DPS and tank line. We might see Lucio. We might see Lucio. I'm not sure.
Which we've already discovered is just not going to be good. So he's not going to waste any time on Ryan. He wants to be on the quote-unquote correct hero straight off the bat. It's a double sniper as well. It's Knife Hanzo Pro. Very
greedy comp. Again, APAC classic. Exactly why this comp is good versus this comp. Lucio is the reason why they're going Lucio and not Ana Kiri. Is the Ana is very easily zoned or killed by the enemy Sigma. And that then means that your Kiriko has to play a little bit of babysitter, or your Ana has to play a trillion miles away, where she can't get good nade or heal value, and she has to worry about peeking Widowmaker sidelines. So if you're playing Ana into snipers, you need to play aggressively, but you can't play aggressively if the rest of your team is all diving elsewhere. So it's this catch-22 where like there's no good support that really fills this niche, and so you end up playing Lucio just to kind of like have a third DPS essentially. Yeah, honestly, it's less the BAP Zen and more the lack of Tracer that I'm not as much of a fan of.
Already won. Probe
But, you know, it's APAC, so like they're gonna play their DPS.
Attack now, just having to peel back. This is that kinetic grasp to just absorb as much as he possibly can and backpedal.
And if you were to play DPS, I mean, this is the map and point to do it.
I'm also surprised Skewed is on the Kariko instead of...
The question is Soul's Infernal's execution on the Sombra Tracer good enough? Because MN3 is not the greatest Sombra.
Here because it's less synergized with mags.
And like right here, for example,
But Probe widely is being targeted.
Knife goes Sombra,
I'm also surprised
weird.
Skewed is on the Kariko instead of the Ana
He
here
gets the
because
hack
it's
on
less
Monkey, and they just straight up push the Monkey. That's actually crazy.
as Mag just gets
But do you notice how O2 Blast is like not letting them dive? They're hitting them really hard and often. That's how you play. So I respect it.
there as well, so the extra assist coming through the knife. That's a major slowdown.
Bad spot. Fix it as well. I mean, they're in around the back. There's no way to get out of here. TP over towards Zest. I mean, Fix is dead. Skewed now gone.
Wow.
Zest as well.
Yeah, I mean, O2 Blast is doing a really good job aggressively marking these positions.
One kill to get rid of
So,
it doesn't work
okay,
out.
I don't know why Fixer was there, but I do understand why Zest and Skewed are there, because we are seeing now the Overwatch League strategy of Tracer go flank, sometimes obviously Sombra go flank as well. Kariko then TP onto a flanker, and then they work as a bit of a duo. Here though, with Mag dead, I mean...
Oh, he's dead. Some Translocator destroyed by MN3. Nice.
There. That's going to cost O2 Blast a little bit.
Greeting quite a bit to try to get the EMP. I mean, after the swap, he was really able to overtake him in 3 in a major way, but that is going to be...
But you gotta see, like, the Luce is just kind of red at Lucioing.
At least. Dive into the back.
Greedy there. That's going to cost O2 Blast a little bit.
Greeting quite a bit.
And this is where I would have liked a little bit more patience from Soul. I think they just try a little too hard. They go in a little bit too deep. And so what ends up happening is they get in, but they're not able to get in deep enough. The Kiriko ult as well doesn't actually hit the divers, which is crucial. They do get the kill, but it costs him in 3. Will they get the kill? Yes, they will. Very nice. But point.
Payload's so far away.
Yeah, it's still...
No matter how well Infernal played the fight,
Okay.
Payload going down, it almost doesn't even matter now, because now he's got the EMP. Still not really... Okay, it's being pushed a little bit here, but Knife going down, it almost doesn't even matter now, because now he's got the EMP. The retake will happen, and there's almost 5 ultimates on board for O2.
Okay, so let's think about this real quick. Infernal essentially needs to play disengage game. They can't fight this. Not with the amount of support ults, not with the amount of ultimates in. Their comp is very good at kiting ultimates. So what Infernal needs to do is they need to posture aggressively, save a lot of their ultimates, try to disengage, and see what they can get out. There's Infrasights. There's the Winston push. There's a TP from Skewed. That's very risky. There's the toss Translocator. They're going to go in hyper aggressive, but that's going to get caught. And that's going to be Primal, Pulse eaten, and really... Oh my gosh. So there's really two ways of looking at this, right? You either kite or you push. Infernal goes with a push.
And they get these ultimates off.
And they go in so hard, they force 1, 2, 3, 4 ultimates with 1. And technically Pulse too. 4 ultimates. So actually, yeah, it's fine. If you're going in aggressively there or disengaging, you need to be either hot or cold there. They go for hot, it pays off in spades. And Charlie Knight. That is unbelievable, man.
The cap.
I can't believe this game, man. I can't believe this. That is crippling for O2 Blast.
Dude, they had the whole... They won the fight. They won the fight. They actually won the fight, but didn't touch the payload. That hurt so much. Attack even ate the pulse bomb. It was looking so clean from O2, but they just did not touch.
That's grass-fed.
Knife through a trans to cart, MN3 shoots it.
You want me to get the whole quote out? It's on my Twitter. Poker Face's one was far worse. Let's just say that much. So.
Now, Infernal's comp on paper should be better on this point. Let me explain why. So the way that Infernal wins is by setting up on the backline, right? Now, the problem with doing that on first is how wide open those spaces are and how far you have to cross to access backline. Not on second point. There's a lot more cover, a lot more flanks that are available for you to be able to access the backline. So in theory, Infernal should be able to win this a little bit easier. And by the way, I still don't like the Sombra pick from Knife. I don't know if that's a comfort pick from him. I don't know if Knife plays Tracer or not. Maybe that's kind of the main takeaway here. But I do find the Sombra to be a little less self-sufficient and a little bit worse at marking and controlling space. I think that's just objectively the case. It's interesting to me that they're playing the Sombra.
It wasn't as egregious as that. Not the worst C9 of the day.
I have no idea.
It wasn't as egregious as that.
I have no idea.
Not the worst.
That is just a hack on Lucio, and the guy just straight up clips him. I don't know. I got nothing, guys. The only advantage of the Sombra is that she has an easier time isolating and killing and forcing these resources than a Tracer does, because she can set up on these splits, because we might see Kiri and Lucio set up on split angles. One Kiriko may be playing with like Monkey or Tracer, Lucio might be playing with the Tracer or or the Sombra or something like that, and you can exploit that. I don't know why he just gets away with that.
Never a good.
I really don't know.
Never a good look, but
I wish I could tell you.
Good pick here from Knife as he tries to get that next EMP on M3 and actually lap him in that regard.
So Infernal has to disengage. That's tragic.
With the Widowmaker.
Theoretically okay though, because
As good on B.
you still have your old economy. You still got some push. We should see a dive very, very soon. Attack is trying to mark to prevent the dive, getting early pressure. They've scouted Zenyatta.
Meters at a time here. MN3 is. We got to get this EMP on. That's
Oh, he runs into Venomine. Oh my gosh. Infernal is taking years to set up this dive.
Trying to hunt for something here. We'll get the hack on the map.
And then actually what ends up happening here is now we've wasted so much time. Now Knife is actually going to be able to EMP this.
Instead of 0-2, the meantime, has just been moving forward steadily.
Oh man. Okay, well, he gets the beat off.
EMP comes across.
Irony doesn't die. Irony does die, but it takes a while.
Also finds a kill on the opener, and Irony gone as well.
Maybe. Okay, so Infernal's been able to make it work. OG Blast, very unfortunate with that EMP timing. That was almost perfect. That almost shut down the beat and completely shut down the dive as well. Very close.
Away with it. Actually finds him in 3.
Wait, what? What happened? I looked down and somebody dies.
Just got away.
Oh no.
That's
It's
huge.
gonna be the EMP gone. They could actually now recontest off this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
Towards
no.
a flux, so EMP offline. False bomb missing. Ultra Blast in position to contest.
So it's honestly just lots of spam. Fix it dies, skewed dies. Okay, that's it. Jeez, guys, this feels so unearned. Okay,
That was a fantastic.
does attack go Queen?
model to be.
Yeah.
3 over commits gets super
Yeah, I think it's just more of a punish with the EMP, the punish on push, which I think it's probably quite good at.
If you want to shut down a primal Winston, this is how you do it. 2 shotgun
There's the
carry.
primal, really nice primal from Mag. We should just see a hack on cart that will force recall. Now we should see an EMP within the next few seconds. There it is, but Mag overextends and dies. Oh, Mag. You've done so well, my friend. I think he gets caught. I think he gets caught. That's a huge misplay from Mag.
This is how you do it.
Like, if you look at this,
Characters.
the Reaper, really, there's no peel here.
This is how you do it.
Somehow,
Characters.
Bap ends up back inside his team. Yeah, that he fumbles the juggle, right? Look at this. Opener's heading this way, then somehow squeezes past him and gets juggled back into his team. And not just that, but also he puts Opener behind window. And so watch his HP. Bam! So that's a big mechanical goof up from Mag. And that's at the worst possible time. EMP only hits 1. So a little bit cruddy there. But a lot of micro errors there from Infernal to allow that one to happen. They're going to go Ramattra. Ramattra the counter to the Queen. I think it's fine. I like Infernal's comp.
This going to be the Ramble, and I respect this a lot. Probe's also going to go over towards the Ash now.
Okay, the Mei I like as well. Feels like just going to be a better brawl composition.
This Ryan comp, so that makes sense.
The rally is going to be a bit of a problem though, and this is last fight, so that really Infernal just needs to take this one slow. Oh, what a play. Check this out, guys.
Comp is not going to be as good on
Flank Dynamite plus Brig Bash Pincer.
And they might not do that.
That is disgusting.
Climax shield slam to Everlong.
Oh my gosh. Did you guys see that? Wait, he doesn't even flank Dynamite. The Dynamite comes through the door with a flank Brig. Look. 3, 2, 1. Dynamite. Bam. Shield Bash. Flail. Oh my gosh. That is an unbelievable amount of damage at once.
Hell out of 3 players right down the kills for
How do you think O2 compares to Western teams? I mean,
yeah, really.
Touch. Only one that can go for it.
they're pretty good. I think it's hard to be objective because a lot of the mistakes that you see are forced by good play. It's very, very hard to compare apples to oranges. So let's put it that way. Like, I couldn't even tell you Seoul Infernal versus most Western teams. I would say Seoul Infernal, I mean, the obvious ones, there's like the lower half or the lower third of Al. Seoul Infernal is probably better than the lower third. I mean, I'd definitely say that they're better than the lower third of Al. But are they top third or middle third in the West? I don't really know. I mean, they've looked okay at points. And also, we keep in mind that I'm not a student of O2 Blast either. Watching even 3 maps from an official match doesn't tell you enough to give a commentary. So I think it's looked pretty good. I believe that they've looked pretty good. They're not a bad team, of course. They might be a great team. They might be a good team. They might be an okay team. I don't really know enough to know.
Pick this one. Of the 3, is put on.
So this is pretty cute. So let's talk about Soldier. Let's talk about the Soldier, ladies and gentlemen, because I've seen the Soldier much maligned because of its poor execution by a few teams in the West. And the idea of the Soldier is this. You're just putting out consistent ranged pressure. And because you're running it with a Queen who's a little bit more self-sufficient, you can put more of your Kiriko resources into the off-angle and consistent pressure. So the question is why do you run Sojourn and not Soldier? And the answer is just it's more consistent range pressure. Sojourn in the olden days, when she farmed a faster rail, when she heard M1 was better, would have competed for Soldier and probably completely removed him and you would never see Soldier. Now you have something that can be pocketed by Kiriko, put out some pretty reasonable damage, and as long as it has Kiriko help, he doesn't necessarily fold the Soldier Tracer. Now, what we've seen from a lot of the Western teams playing it is inability to take angles or flanks, no creativity whatsoever with the positioning, and not getting enough support when they do take angles or flanks. I assume that O2 Blast is not going to make that mistake. Do I think Soldier is good? No, I do not think Soldier is good. Do I think Soldier is decent enough to try for a team that maybe doesn't have a Sombra player, especially a team that wants to run a Junker Queen and doesn't need Kiriko support on their tank all the time? Yes, I think it's worth a shot. No, the heal pad is almost totally irrelevant at the OWL level. At least in terms of survival versus dive. It does not give him any significant survivability versus anything that Infernal will throw. It's instead the legs and being able to take the angles, and the Kiriko being able to pocket him. For example, here, he's not even necessarily taking an angle, but he is taking a deep sight line. If he gets immediately dove, he gets Suzu'd and he lives, right? The problem with the first fight here is it's unlikely that MN3 the Infernal as a whole will have good deep flanks to set up on probe. I mean, you see this, guys, right? You see this. On first fight, the enemy flankers aren't going to have deep angles that are going to punish you for running a Soldier, right? They're not going to have time. Nobody has time. So what the Soldier is in a lot of ways is a cheat way to win first fight off of this, and then after that, you'll be able to take a longer sightlines where you can get pocket. Yes, this is cute. I mean, you look at it. Look at how much pressure Mag is under, right? Bam, 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 right? And you dive him, he gets Suzu'd, and he lives. And that buys a lot of space. So then now we see a flank. Again, you see the pressure never relents. Pressure never relents. You can't let it relent. If Infernal sets up the angles, then the Soldier dies. You cannot let him relent. The only thing that Probe needs to watch out for is nade and Winston jump. But again, that's what Suzu's for. So
They've been ripping apart enemy Winston, so
he's moving back and forth. There's a TikTok. He's trying to be a little bit unpredictable. Huge knife from Marvel. Watch this. So knife from Marvel right there. There's the jump. I'm not even sure what he's jumped. Probably the high ground to control. He gets yanked right back down. That's going to force a bubble. You can healing station just to hold space. More pressure, more neutral trade. Really, really, really nicely done.
Control this out of O2 Blast. See if they can get it moving though. As Cess continues to play forward. And then 3 down low.
Soldier deepens the angle. More pressure. Infernal has been under a lot of pressure early in the fight. Again, another huge knife. And this knife will force another not deep dive, because if he dives deep, he gets knifed. He also pulled out the open as a result of the knife, taking a lot of damage from the soldier. I assume knife. Okay, this is so confusing with the Junker Queen knife. Knife here, knife here. Knife gets hacked and dies on the flank. Now that is one thing that you can do. If you can't set up in the soldier fast enough, abuse your 2v1 flanker advantage, which is exactly what happens. So really well done by Infernal there. Jagged blade. I don't care. I call it knife. Knifey. You can't change my mind. Okay, and then Fix-It freaking dies. What the heck is Fix-It freaking doing? Why is my Brigitte getting freaking axed at the Overwatch League? This should just never happen. You have a shield bash and a whip shot. Please. This is just ridiculous. It's a good shout. There's a lot of pressure. Marvel doing a great job playing around his cooldowns. Look at that discipline, right? He knives and immediately turns around and runs. Oh, it's unfortunate. You notice, by the way, the first person to die once an ultimate comes online is Probe. That's gonna happen. You might see Probe swap here. Mag just clutches it out. Yeah, Probe does swap. But yeah. No way this is going back and forth, ladies and gentlemen. No way.
He went down to 14 HP, but Knife does finish the job and stays alive to boot.
And that's clutch, because now Infernal don't get free push. They can't flip the point, even though the flip is only like 6.9 meters, so it's not that hard. But the fact that Knife gets a couple of trades there forces Soul Infernal to back out and reset, so it's a double.
I would love to see a comparison of like the APAC haircuts with like the Western haircuts, you know, where it's like all shaved on the side and just like, you know, it's like the Toronto Defiant haircut versus the APAC haircut, and Western Zoomer versus APAC haircut. That would be super funny.
Forces Soul Infernal 6.9 meters, so it's not that hard.
It's like the bowl cut versus the chicken head. You know what I'm saying? That's great. Okay. So wow, really back and forth from both team. Dante's goes crazy. Yeah, didn't he like dye his hair black or something? Bowl versus Fork, who wins? I mean, you can't even. His hair. It's just like my hair before I got a haircut. His eyeballs have disappeared. His hair is so long he can't even see. That's crazy, man. It's like one of those like the little dogs, you know, it's like the little sheep dogs or whatever, you know. That's crazy. And I say that as I've literally got hair in my face, so, you know, do as I say, not as I do. You sound like my dad talking about my hair? Dang it, man! No, dang it! Okay, so really goes back and forth. The Nano Monkey value is monstrous. Obviously, a lot of cooldowns are forced. Marvel plays really well the first fight. It's a shame that they're not able to make it work. Yeah, okay. Fix-It freaking dies. By the way, notice that Fix-It goes Brig. Why? Or goes off a Brig. Why? Because why do you need a Brig when they're on Queen? Right? You don't need the extra peel. Instead, you need the extra DPS pressure. You need more range pressure. You're playing to your win con, to use that term. No, I'm pretty sure that's just a lot of the Korean fashion culture, or fashion. Because it's been like this since literally, I don't even know, since the league started. It's been like 6 years. And bowl cut. All of them are bowl cuts.
The fact that Knife gets a couple of trades there forces Soul Infernal to back out and reset.
It's like the mullets in the 80s, you know? It was a thing for quite a long time. And they're coming back now, too. Like, mullets unironically now. I could one up. You guys have heard of the rat tail? Oh, there's a worse haircut than the bowl cut in the West. And it's called the rat tail. It is bad. Okay. Fix-It. In Fix-It fashion. Almost freaking die. Like, look. Oh, God, it's Fix-It. Fix-It almost freaking dies.
The fact that Knife gets a couple of trades there forces Soul Infernal to back out and reset, so it's a double team reset. Infernal have no positional advantage off of winning that fight. They have ultimates.
Survives.
Speaking of ultimates, it was a nano that made.
So let me describe to you how this is played. Basically, you're gonna have O2 Blast looking to brute force more. Okay, we talk a lot about angles. You're not going to win angles with this comp. Not versus this, not versus this. So what you're gonna do is maybe you have your tracer off soft contest their tracer from an angle or something like that, but you're gonna try and brute force and just ruin Mag's day. You don't necessarily have to run at Mag. You can also run at Mn3. You can run at Zest. Really, all you do is you group up around Robot. You try and do what we call are the jabs. You don't necessarily have to hard commit like a Lucio Rush comp all the way necessarily, but you need to be doing at least short jabs to try and keep Soul Infernal on their toes. Because if Soul Infernal are like a plague, if you give them time and resources to slowly set up around you, set up the perfect nade, the Sombra's on the backline, the Tracer is 2v1 your Tracer with a Kiriko and cleared her back to her team, now you're getting stifled and you're choking, you're gonna die. If this comp gets any time to set up angles and flanks, this comp will die. So they need to punch. They need to punch. They need to punch and they need to punch hard. They need to repeatedly be pushing after Zest, repeatedly be pushing after Mag. And even then, this comp is objectively better at this level, but these guys might be really, really good at this comp. And maybe MN3, not the best Sombra. Maybe Fixa, not the best Kiriko. Right? We don't really know.
Skewed finding that early gives Mag the confidence to walk forward even into a Jungle Queen. And now the EMP has to be the winner here for him.
So you see this, right? You see how hard they're pushing out on Mag. Get rid of Mag. Get rid of this. Do not let these guys settle and dive us. Punch them, punch them, punch them, punch them.
Rough around the edges there on Havana.
And this is the danger, though. This is the danger. Do you see what happens while they're punching? Irony gets hacked, and they bypass the core and attack the backline. This is what this comp is really good at. The way to beat Reaper's Monkey, or just dive in general, is to run away from the Reaper. That's exactly what they're doing. That's going to force Suzu. That's going to force Shout. That's going to force TP. So now all they need to do is survive. That's not a good EMP. You can't do this. You can't do this. Cooldowns have been used. Kitsune Rush has been used as well. You can't do this. This is a terrible EMP from M3. Okay, so EMP does not cancel Kitsune Rush. I understand that that's very inconsistent, but it doesn't work. You can't do it. In addition to that,
Rough around the edges there on Havana.
they've just used Shout. They're all full HP, and your Monkey is in no position to hard commit on a squishy. They do hit the nade, but it's not good enough. This is just not going to work. This is an extremely high risk, medium reward, because at best, maybe you solo EMP and kill the Reaper. At worst, you lose this entire fight easily. Really, at this point in time, Infernal's best bet is to just peace out. Completely disengage. Give up another 10, 15 meters. It doesn't matter. They've used this. They've used their cooldowns. Reset up, go in with your ultimates, you're fine. I don't think you can commit the ult here. They get the stick onto the Queen. Monstrous. They're card committing. This could really go either way. Zest gets caught without. Beat goes. Oh, it's such an ugly fight, man. The beat is really nice though, because it is the advantage of being able to stay on the hero that you opened up with. O2 is able to. O2's not able to clutch it out. Wow.
The sound barrier wasn't actually there. I was going to say despite the sound barrier, but that...
No, I wouldn't even say it's the longer the fight goes, the more Soul's likely to win the fight. The longer the fight goes, more O2 is likely to win the fight, as long as that Kitsune Rush is active. Yeah.
Afterwards, definitely hurts O2 Blast's ability to stay in that flank.
Yeah, he messes up his positioning. Good punish.
Position the death cycles here for the side.
Oh, yes. The longer the fight goes, O2 wins because of the Kitsune Rush, yeah. Really, either comp can win an extended trade as long as the fight is actually happening. I mean, Moira is just all inning on what O2 are doing. There's just a lot of jabbing.
Edge case picks that kind of only comes
it makes you slightly less vulnerable to Sombra, but yeah, I don't know.
Better because you need to be able to cleanse antis and sleeps off a marble. Now Skewed is going to have a much better game, and Skewed's already had a good game, so this doesn't get easy.
I don't know. My man messed up his locator.
Consistently pushing them here for the side.
I don't know how, because Zest isn't anywhere in their backline, or Knife isn't even in their backline. So there's no, his translocator should not have been destroyed.
Yeah, as you say, a Moira coming through. It feels like another one of those edge case picks that kind of only comes out here on this map in particular, but we'll see how he
don't
fares.
like it though. I think the Kariko is better because you need to be able to cleanse antis and sleeps off a Marvel.
I don't know if he's trying to set up and cut O2's blast backline, but this is bad. This is ugly. This is really ugly from MN3. Not good Sombra play so far.
Okay, somehow, someway.
It's not terrible. I mean, it's not like, you guys remember Prophet Jr., right? It's not that bad, but it's not good.
His way back, trying to get into this, gotta win this one out.
And then you're gonna see a committal here where Zest's recall has been forced. They commit the nano and down too. I just don't. You cannot, like, if this was maybe if you had map control versus a sniper comp, maybe. But they're like, oh, let's try it again. There's no, like, O2 hasn't used anything. Hi. Like look, they're just now using their shout. This is a poor ult from Skewed. This is very much ego, right? And this is gonna cost them next fight. What is happening on my screen, guys? It's a 5v3. O2 is just going in 7 different directions at once. No way they lose this fight. Terrible play from O2. No way they should get away with that. Please tell me they still lose this. Now fix this kid. What is going on my screen, guys? Like, I'm gonna be honest, there's been a couple of good maps. I'm trying not to be a negative Nancy here. Oh my gosh. But this has not been very... This has not been pretty. It's been a fun match to watch, but it's a little bit of false advertising, I think I'm guilty of, to speak in a Yoda term. Very, very messy, questionable committals, questionable macro play here. Okay, so Marvel goes monkey. Now they're on the full rush comp now, which I think is good here. There's the anti-dive. Marvel should just melt, and he's dead. It's just not good. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, how does this composition beat this composition? You tell me. Because what O2 does is completely wrong. Yes. Yes. You do not reach your Reaper Tracer. No. You rotate as a unit quickly through here and force them to drop and dive from this range here. You do not do this. Even without EMP, Mag is freaking dead. Freaking dead, ladies and gentlemen. No, that will never work. Never.
Backing away, but the aggression comes in from Mag, forces him.
You need to get your Moira involved, and now we're committing our Cole down.
Meantime, gone.
Oh my days!
Well.
What is my screen?
Irony hacked, however, out of it, and yeah, has to just go ahead.
Oh my days!
Alive. Mag up over the top, runs back in here onto the bot. Pulse bomb for an opening. Zest lets his.
See, this is where I have questions on Zest and MN3, because this is where, like, without the replay viewer, it's really hard to see. But Marvel's dead, okay? Cole has been used, but Opener is hacked and naded. They finish the kill. So you're up 2. Why is nothing else dying on my screen? You guys kind of see what I'm saying? Something should be pressured, some cooldown should be forced, and it's not happening. The pulse misses, the Nano Monkey comes in. They get the trade. Okay, it ends up working out. Okay. The cleanup has been very messy in these fights. A lot of turns and lost fights, which is probably encouraging these teams to commit ults in these lost fights, but it's more of a commentary on how these fights have been cleaned up rather than whether it's the idea of the fight itself that's flawed, right? Okay,
Rush coming online for Fixer. They can still rotate through a lot of
a little better execution here from O2. They're able to rotate underneath. Now, yeah, they're just not able to do it.
back into it, just not allowing.
I think the only way, this is just an ugly, this is why we don't love the Reaper, right? It's too easy to just bypass the Reaper's value. There's the Kitsune, but Zest just freaking dies.
Try to shift this out of this push position. Down barrier going to be dropped in.
And he just dies. He doesn't even get a chance to recall or utilize his blinks, he just dies.
Down barrier into it, just not allowing O2 to try to shift this out of this push position.
Also, I don't really love the level of aggression from Seoul. They commit a lot of cooldowns in, but remember, this team has Beat and this team has Reaper. So you could just kind of chill, play your open space. Honestly, Seoul doesn't even, like, okay, let me ask you guys a question. If you're watching the Atlanta Reign play this fight right now, how did Atlanta Reign take this fight? Think about it. Think about the map, think about the ult situation, think about the matchup, think about everything, and tell me how they take this matchup. Because we've seen this exact same circumstance many times. What would the Mayhem do? What would the Glads do? What would Outlaws do? Right. Exactly, Gregor. They would sit high with their Ana Kiriko, they'd build EMP, and they'd dare them to push. The answer is, this is what they would do. They do nothing. They'd sit there on high, you have lead, you have high ground, you'd have your Sombra on an off angle here, maybe your Kiriko here, or even your Kiriko with the Ana, Tracer marks card, and Winston just chills. And you just farm EMP, and you spam and you spam and you spam and spam and spam and spam. It is on these guys to actually make a move. They are significantly far behind, but not only that, they also have the freaking, the Reaper comp that can't do anything until they push high. And we've already seen how that happens. They push high, you Kitsune rush on the high ground, and you blow them up. If they want to try and beat on engage on the high ground, well, that's going to be really hard because it's going to cost you your TP, a Tracer flank, a Winston jump from main, a Lucio speed that will eventually get to top, and the TP plus Suzu into the middle of them. Also lip kills 5. So there's no reason for them to force a dive back here as Infernal when you have high ground, lead, and you're building EMP.
Also came through from Seoul.
Should they go on the staircase O2 Blast? Yes. So what O2 Blast needs to do is they probably need to rotate to our far right up the staircase, but even that is extremely risky. It's something that they have to do, but it's ugly. Let's put it that way. It's ugly. You could also have them rotate underneath here and then go from staircase behind. You guys see what I'm saying? Like go from here and then wrap around from behind. That would probably be the more consistent variation, but all of those things take time and make them make the first move. Instead, Seoul forces a really deep dive, an aggressive dive into a beat with a Kitsune, when with a Kitsune versus a beat, all you need to do is just survive and just put pressure out, and Zest just freaking dies. There has been many times in this match where we have seen someone just dies. Without a cooldown used, they just die. No recall, no transcator, no TP, no nothing, and so Seoul gives up a significant map control advantage for nothing.
EMP now coming online as Twixter swaps over towards the
and now we're gonna get staggered.
Much better versus the dive, you respect it. A couple of
okay.
Free push, but they're 50 meters behind roughly. They're still about, I would say.
And now the Ana gets to go brig. Ana Kiriko goes brig.
Esperanza is close in terms of cap distance.
So, marking on the angles, Brig should win these with Ana. Well, actually, Kiriko can help as well, so it could really go either way. Notice that Lucio is helping the Tracer duel. It's not a good EMP, guys. It's not a good EMP. It's a really, really bad EMP. These Inman 3 EMPs have been terrible. What is he trying to do with this EMP? You guys should know this by now.
Now M3 should be able to clear.
Right? He's going for Tracer. Right. One tap on Tracer is a really, really important and a really, really powerful way of getting value out of your EMPs. Right? But he whiffed. He whiffed. So he hits the Kiriko behind him, but he doesn't. They're not even going for the Kiriko, and the Kiriko ultimate doesn't even matter. It doesn't do anything. And so then we're going to see a lot of ultimates committed from O2, from Infernal, but the Infernal misses their burst window. And once again, now we're fighting inside of a Kitsune rush with, you know, this has been wasted and whiffed, this got whiffed, and then now we're just going to Primal Rage in the air versus a Kitsune'd Reaper. Not going to work, ladies and gentlemen. Not going to work. So not only should this be a stalemate, but that very easily could have been a ugly fight loss for Infernal. I'm surprised that they didn't lose anybody there. Right, their backline might not have been set up there either, but it doesn't matter. There was no follow-up possible off of that EMP unless you bursted the Reaper, but he wasn't going for the Reaper, he was going for the Tracer. And he just missed. Trying to stop Cap. There's the Nano. Can they force Wraith? They don't. Really nice disengage from O2 Blast, I think. Or does Opener get caught? Opener gets caught. Wow. Marvel gets slept. Messy from both sides. Backline trades. One hack hits. That's it. Marvel needs to get out. Marvel does get out. They force a or the Wraith. They will be able to get that kill. And Soul's able to turn it. Bit of a goof up from O2 there, but nice little recontest. Okay. There's the Junker Queen swap back, and this is in a response to this, going from Kiriko to Brig. And it might also be that this guy just doesn't think that Winston's working either. Yeah, hard to say. Now, once again, we're in a situation where really Infernal doesn't need to do anything. They just need to, they need to do this. They need to do this. This is what we want to see. Look at that. Shout. Honestly, I don't even think that Winston needed to drop there. Suzu, Shout, all sorts of ugly stuff. Looks like an amp as well. Pulse doesn't hit. And the problem with a Pulse not hitting is, for whatever reason, Zest goes in really hard, misses the Pulse, and then also costs his recall, which means that he should be able to stay here and mark card, but he can't now because he doesn't have his recall. So again, Zest has been struggling this map.
Speaking of knife, has the Pulse pop?
So do you see how like far they've been able to progress the robot? I think that's a big mistake here. Okay, let's keep going. That being said, at least Infernal are taking this one a little bit slower. So yeah, you see like how slowly. Okay, there's the rally. Oh no, fix. Oh man, Fix is just feeding, man. We're going full circle indeed. Fixa drops in by himself. Even with Rally, you want Bubble here. If you go in with Bubble and Nade here, this is a fight win immediately. But Fixa goes in freaking by himself. Like, just completely by himself. I don't even know where Mag is. There's zero rush here. There's zero rush. Fixa just freaking feeds. Ah, guys, this is ugly. This is really ugly. I think you can absolutely brawl in this choke if you drop Bubble, Nade, Rally. Like, you can one-shot any of these guys, even before they get the Kitsune off. It's a gamble, but at least it's an educated gamble, right? This is just Fixa freaking feeding, guys. I think, yeah, exactly. At least Fixa never spends a lot of time. And then now we have the Kitsune in response, and now that's probably gonna force Infernal out. I'd be surprised if they EMP this. They might EMP. Oh, actually, they have Nano Problem. They might EMP this. Oh man, guys. This is uglier than I am. So we drop Rally, Kiriko, Winston's out, then we EMP. Skew tries to follow up, but he's not able to actually aim his nade, and so he misses everybody. Then MN3 dies. Oh, this is the world's worst dive timing. Oh my gosh. Please don't primal. Please don't primal. They commit beat even, which honestly wasn't needed. Just ugly dive timing from Infernal. Very poor. There's the Ash swap. That's the I'm not doing anything on Summer because I can't time anything. Or I mean, MN3 hasn't done a thing with his EMPs the entire game. Hasn't done a thing. So Yeah, while also 4v5 in a Kitsune. Exactly. Like, if you don't one-shot something with that EMP, it's not going to work.
There's still a...
It's even less forgivable than the, or more unforgiving than the previous fight, right? In terms of, like, you know, maybe you can drop and rally it, like, slightly, but nah. Okay, so now they're just going to be taking space and shooting. I still think Infernal's comp can work fine, especially on this map. Clearly the EMP to get beat out because they knew they were going to swap the house. Honestly, very smart. It's a joke, Spartan. And even if okay, and just to make sure that everyone understands why that's a joke, even if you were trying to force the beat so you could swap off of Sombra, you would still wait for your Winston and Ana to actually be ready so that you could not only force the beat out, you could also get a kill. You could still win that fight, right? Right? Like that because that was so poorly timed, you actually didn't even need to beat that.
Part of the map.
Alright, so I'm curious to see how O2 Blast takes this. They might have a hard time walking up these stairs. They actually, O2 Blast is at a point in time now where they don't actually have to rush. So this is where understanding what fast and slow really means is important. You don't need to play fast as this comp. You hear me? You don't need to play fast. Okay? You can play slow, behind cover. You don't need to take the engage. You can sit on cart and patiently wait, right? Maybe build an ultimate, maybe poke a little bit here and there. This comp wants to play in range. This comp does not want to play in range. So this comp can play very fast or very slow. It doesn't really matter as long as it's range. This comp can play very fast, very slow. It doesn't really matter as long as it's up close. People misuse the terminology fast versus slow, and it ticks me off because that's the wrong terminology. Bot tier, crusty old 2017 Overwatch coaches created the term, and it's wrong. It's inaccurate. This team can sit on corner and wait for years and do nothing and just push the robot to like 63, 64, maybe even just peek and fish for knives on mag to see if they can force out Primal. It actually is better for this team to play slow. As long as you don't peek the Asher Ana, then you're good. Play slow. That's why it's very important to elaborate on that, because if you think, oh, we have to play fast here, then you're thinking, oh, let's speed boost out into the open and try and rotate in the high ground. No. It's too far. You can't do it. So I want to see fishing for knives on mag with Reaper combo to try and force a nano or a primal, and then these guys can shout, kite it out, burn maybe some of these ultimates out, maybe get a punish on Zest, and then eventually see if we can get these guys to drop a little bit closer to try and contribute to the fight, and then Death Blossom in. Someone's gonna have to contest, right? Here it is, right? Just shoot monkey. See, Zest honestly doesn't even need to be going for backline right now. Well, if you're gonna do that, that works too. By the way, notice why this works. So the Suzu's actually late. Knife causes the distraction, and then they rickroll him. Really, really nice timing there. If you're gonna go fast, that's how you do it. Nice trade from Seoul. They need to be comfortable giving lead here. They need to be comfortable giving lead there if they need to. They need to be comfortable. They don't even need to. Nano is late from Skewed. I don't even know if Skewed is there. That's a disaster. They nano the Brig. The Brig gets kited. Really nice play from O2 to kite that one out. Then the counter ult. It's fat. It's going to hit Tracer and Brig. MN3 kills Irony. There's the lead. Wow. Really nicely done from O2 there.
Yeah, and there's also an ult.
Big play by Fixa there.
In the back line, just putting some damage down here on the knife, forces out that recall, but here comes for now. Zest tries to peel in the back line, just putting some damage down here on the knife. Locked in for now. Zest tries to peel in the back line, just putting some damage down here on the knife, forces out that recall, but here comes.
I mean, I don't think it would have mattered, but it is pretty funny that Fixa actually booped him in, and then Fixa stands there and looks awkward with jeez. I mean, and the really important thing here to note, by the way, before don't let us distract you from the fact that Fixa should track Junker Queen ult here, and really should not be committing bash there. Do you notice this? Watch this very carefully. All right, we're gonna go in 0.75 so you guys can see this. So Fixa needs to know, okay, we've messed up. This Nano rally is just to hold space. They have Junker Queen ult. I can't be here. So then right here, watch this. He bashes out, but he doesn't bash to cover. So he gets hit by the Junker Queen ult. When it's really important that he's able to either utilize the cover here or any way that he can avoid it. And he ends up dying to it. Now, it would have taken a really, really clutch Brig to be able to do that. But unfortunate.
3 members left, the lead taken with 8 seconds remaining. I think O2 Blast might have just made it happen.
Yes, he could have dodged it. I would have also been willing to give up the lead there, because the problem is that we're so unwilling to give up the lead that we're gonna lose. We might have almost lost the fight there. Didn't Fixa get pulled by knife though? Yes, but do you know why Fixa was knifed? Why was Fixa knifed, ladies and gentlemen?
It's on to Fixa, just trying to get the rally online. Pushes up onto the corner, looks his own them back. The rampage across, catches.
That's why.
Going to O2 have to push up. That is gigantic that O2 Blast actually took that lead.
I don't know. It's a good question. Kitsune should be fine. Just hold space with rally. Fixa should be able to survive. Fixa just needs to play his life. Yes, very nice. Much better. Much better. A very expensive fight, but a 2-for-1 is fine. You need to win this fight, obviously. And you still have your pulse to play with, so this is winnable. Let's see what happens.
Have pushed this entire distance in OT. And there will be a touch here. Lead won't be regained just yet. Sound barrier, like you say, is going to be the key ultimate.
Pulse from Zest. At the ready. Skewed still 35% away from the Nano, the bot.
This is smart. This is what Seoul Infernal should have done ages ago. Contest cart, build Nano, fish. O2 needs to do the same, but they need to do it with the knives on Winston to try and pull Mag out to force bubble, and then if they see the opportunity to, they can absolutely push in with beat, look for MN3 or look for Mag. Let's see what happens.
Moved into a pushing position, but it's 10 meters left to go, and they have to open this up. Zest slinking his way around the back is noted. Irony, spotting him out.
Good peel from Lucio. It looks like Mag got pulled there, right there, and I think that's going to force his bubble. That will allow Nano. Knife doesn't hit the pulse. They lose high ground. There's the beat engage. That's a little... I think they pull that off of them. They get Mag low, and then they beat engage. There's the Nano in response. They're not able to get onto MN... Or they do get onto MN3 as predicted. MN3 dies. MN3 really needed to be able to coach gun back to high ground. He doesn't get the high ground. He sits on the floor. Not the best from there. We should have been able to track that one. Nice trade from Mag to punish the Sojourn slide. Zest is able to stall cart and survive. Oh my gosh, Fixa. Fixa hits a huge knife on a whip shot and a knife. Marvel with a monstrous ult onto Zest. Fight-winning ult. And now it's going to be up to Mag. Can Mag survive? Fixa cannot die. Fixa cannot die. Fixa almost died there. Huge dive. He's just going to primal to hold cart. Far swap. Can he survive? Probe is 1 HP and dies with ult. There's the rally. No way, guys. No way, guys. No way. No way they lose this. No way they lose this. Zest hit a rocket challenge. Oh no, guys. They have to kill the queen. One rocket. He misses. He misses again. Oh no. Oh no.
rush across.
Oh
Elimination twice.
no! Oh my gosh, and he dies! That's freaking Oh no! How, man?
5 meters shy, the cleanup comes through. OT will bleed away, and O2 will take us the distance.
We got a real game on our hands here, fellas. This is the O2 Blast squad.
Let's go, man.
That has been cooked up. That is looking for number 30.
Oh no. Yeah, Pharah is a good swap in those circumstances. Just in case you guys are interested, Pharah is a good swap because in these OT circumstances, people are distracted and one rocket ends things. It's not even that hard. One rocket ends things. Pharah is a very common swap in OT circumstances. You could also get back really, really fast. Oh my days, like we just needed some sort of aggression there to like actually land. That's tragic. Okay, last map, guys. Last map. Uncle Arctica.
Well, here we go. Things will open up.
Let's take a look here. Levi's note, I made a video on that entire question. It's mostly Shambali, which is where Sombra is being forced. Sombra is being forced elsewhere on, for example, Antarctica. We've seen Sombra on Junkertown, and we've seen Sombra on Rialto. The Rialto one with Shock was pretty reasonable given the comp that they were playing into, which was the Widowmaker. So you just put your Sombra on the backline. It's pretty cheesy. It's not necessarily optimal, but it's pretty reasonable. But for Antarctica and Junkertown, for the teams that played it there, trolling. No. Bad comp. Bad comp. Yeah, bad comp. Poor choices from the teams that were playing it. Especially considering that the rosters that those teams had, I will not elaborate further, but not a good decision. And you can, yeah. Are you ready for this game to die? You know they deserve it. Ran on Havana. I think it was it not Atlanta that ran Sombra on Havana? Which again, it's lit. You know, and hit scan's pretty weak right now. So, you know, if it's lit, we cut them some slack. How do you feel about Ryan this map? I like it better than Ram. I think Ryan is better, probably a little bit better than Ram on this particular map. Yeah. Doesn't she get run over hard? No. If you could put enough pressure on the enemy Ramatra to get him to block even a little bit, then your sim can survive. Sim is definitely more problematic versus like these ultimate openers and beat engages with a Ramatra, but her Symmetra wall is also pretty good at dealing with it as too. Against Sim, I don't think Ryan is as good. No. Yeah, exactly. Because you could just punch right through it, right? I think Ram is pretty good versus Sim. Yeah. Okay, let's go. So Sojourn, you rotate away because you don't want to, you know, obviously take the brawl there. You're also late because your Sojourn is late from coming back from spawn.
Already good early damage getting pushed over here towards the
A little bit of an angle with the Mei here. Love to see it. Wall is kind of meh, not gonna lie. Just kind of, there's not really a lot of good walls here, so I don't think there's a lot of forcing needed. But the problem here is that because Knife messes up his angle a little bit, and it gets cut off by the Sojourn, then he's gonna get his ice block forced, and you're gonna see Infernal respond to this. You're gonna see Infernal respond to this. Like you can see that E, right? They are hungry for that, for Knife. They are hungry for Knife, and he gets lamp.
just yet.
And he's able to get out alive. Okay. Telling you guys. So Marvel gets wall. That's a really nice wall. So a bit of a wall gap there. I think like Marvel walking through that choke just gave him a free wall. So that's the main takeaway here. I don't think either team played this one particularly poorly. I just think maybe Knife deserves a little bit more support. Maybe he could have positioned a little bit better on the angle to not demand as much help. And then Marvel walks through those two doors and then gets walled off. So that's a bit of a mistake by Marvel. How is Hitscan weak? Hitscan is OP. Hitscan is the weakest it's ever been in I don't even know how long right now. About the weakest it's ever been. Now Overwatch 2 has definitely made DPS give DPS a little bit more agency, but objectively as heroes DPS has never been weaker. Or Hitscan, excuse me. There's the wall. That's pretty deep. Tracer and Sombra weapons are hit scan. You count them? Okay, fair enough. I mean, the Tracer's fine. Also, no lamp for Marvel. I mean, the wall was too good, right? No lamp for Marvel. Yeah, I think even if the lamp had been available after the May, I don't think Marvel would have survived there. Since goats, well, I mean, I'm not talking about like the meta. I'm talking about like the heroes themselves. Like Ashe is, yeah, but yeah, that's fair. Okay, so they're just gonna run it down. I don't love this. I think this rotation could have been done better from the opposite side. Mag should be able to survive this. Fixa, I swear, guys, my faith in Fixa is just. I mean, and I mean this with all due respect, Fixa has looked terrible this game. Was this the second time that he's been blizzarded? Like, come on, man. It's gonna cost them lamp and 0 follow-up, because really from Mag this is okay. I think Mag could have played this one a little bit better. I think he throws a couple punches there instead of fully kiting out. I think he actually could have kited that blizzard out entirely. So Mag, a little bit of a misplay there, but then Fixa just runs into the blizzard and dies. Not good. It's gonna cost them lamp. Counter window. O2 Blast is still not in a terrible spot in terms of ult economy, though. I think that initial push from O2 was, excuse me, Infernal isn't, because I think that push from O2 was really deep. Yeah, this has been a weak series from Fixa. Not impressive.
As they will be able to hold the line, 40% now, doubling the percentage of O2 Blast, and Opener still shy of getting that opening sound barrier online.
That's the biggest difference. Win it with his own Blizzard, despite having a slower Blizzard than Knife. Mag didn't even have to pop the...
Yeah, the slower Blizzard, as the casters are talking about, is a really big deal.
Blast now starting to catch up as Knife goes over towards the Tracer.
So they're gonna swap Sojourn on response. It's a really nice nade. It's a shame it doesn't hit, because obviously in theory if that's placed perfectly, maybe it hits shield. I'm not really sure where it hits. Oh, it splashes right here, so just a little bit short. They are able to force an early ice block. You're gonna see some suffering right as soon as this ice block pops. And there it is. Now, why does Probe go boom boom? I honestly cannot tell where Probe is. Probe is on my lower right with Lucio. Lucio looks like he leaves. They also swapped the Tracer for backline pressure. The Lucio speeds the Ana. Probe doesn't shift out in time. So Probe is over here. And he gets walled. But he actually walls his own Ramatra. Zest walls his own Ramatra. And Probe messes up his shift, I assume. The beat is way too late. That's going to be a fight win. Potentially. Oh, they're not able to quite get the kill in MN3. It does take a long time. This could really go either way, ladies and gentlemen. Fix is going to dual knife. It's a nice wall. This is a mess. Should have been easily O2 Blast, but this gets way too messy, because I think O2 Blast scuffs that one a little bit. Not bad from Infernal, like that. That's a pretty good trade, all things considering. You go into that fight, you gotta be happy with that one.
That was Soul Infernal getting first pick, I believe, as well.
Thoughts on the swap from May to Tracer? It's fine. I mean, it's a comfort pick. I don't think May, at the way where O2 is fighting here, like more out in the point, May walls aren't that good. They're okay, but they're not like broken. Knife, I doubt is as comfortable with May as he is on Tracer. And then also you have like Bat plus Sojourn, where like Tracer does pretty good. So I think it's all right.
Two supports, and there's just no way he wins versus that. Too much healing available.
We want to see good timing off of his push. He needs to be really careful about stuff like this. Probe just dies. Probe is on, looks like on the left flank. Oh, check this out. Okay, again, replay viewer moment. Great wall from Zest. Watch this, guys. So Zest is actually on the flank. And he catches Probe with a wall. And then just kills him. So Probe gets caught with his pants down twice. Yeah, see, May Lucio on the flank. Telling you guys, Brawl Comp is not group up as 5 and push. Nice, cute little play from Infernal there. Love to see it. I'm surprised that we didn't see that with Sojourn instead of May, considering that MN3 had Sojourn on. So I would have seen like Sojourn Lucio on the flank with May playing with the core. But I mean, it's cool. You know,
damage cut down. Zesto does kind of just get dominated there.
it might be that they're too scared of Tracer, but I'm honestly not too sure. So, fight win from Infernal. A little bit messy, but it happens either way. Do we not consider Sojourn hit scan?
Counterflip coming back through. Infernal now in
Yeah, we consider Sojourn hit scan, but Sojourn's the weakest that she's ever been.
If they want to take the opening round.
Not particularly good right now. So Nano, we'll probably see Nano used to save whoever's in Blizzard. So most likely Nano Marvel once he gets frozen. Nano Tracer could also do some work as well. I'm curious to see what they do here. There's a Nano and Ramatra. They do it early, which is fine. It's don't have to use it to save people from Blizzard. Probe dies again, and I want to see where. He's up top, he takes a flank, and he runs into Mei again. So Probe is taking these really short flanks, but he keeps running into Zest, who's taking the short flanks and takes them better. So Probe needs more support, or he needs to be taking longer sightlines. Also, credit goes to Zest for being a 12 IQ, or 12 IQ, 12th dimension, 300 IQ Mei for actually like taking these like little short sightlines here and catching like these. He's doing a great job. A lot of these fight wins have just been straight off of Zest. Now I want to know why Zest dies as I jinx him. Oh, he gets slapped. Oh, he gets slapped. Okay, unfortunate. Bit of a mechanical misplay. Should be able to ice block that one. Obviously, they still lose this. What?
You still need to speed Marvel in for this Nano onto your Ramatra.
This match really has gone back and forth, really, truly. So they force a full kite from Infernal and Lamp. Mei gets slapped. Mag tries to recontest, but he gets isolated and split from his team because they were running from Nano Ram. The beat comes in very late from Fixa. I just don't agree with this beat whatsoever from Fixa. You don't need to win this fight. Mag doesn't have Nemesis form. He's 29 HP and Fixa lets it rip. Oh, Fixa, guys. Fixa, guys, is not playing well. Oh my gosh, just terrible, man. That's a round losing mistake from Fixa right there. Because you're gonna go in. I mean, you don't even need to use the suffering here. Like that was a big mistake from Marvel actually. The fight's just won, and now you go into this fight and you're like, okay, well they have suffering, they have Blizzard, but we also have Pulse, we also have Beat, we have map control, we can make touching miserable. Just terrible, man. Oh, bless. Not good. I kind of like what O2 Blast is doing here. They're putting a lot of early pressure. They're making this touch. Oh, man. But Knife can't. The problem, though, is like Knife can't get his recall force. We've seen this earlier before where Knife goes in super hard, but he's going in by himself. He automatically recalls when he really shouldn't have. Look at his HP. Even pros mess this up, right? Look at his HP. 85 HP, 60 HP. I think he could greed this a little bit longer. He recalls, and then he's not able to get out. Like, a little bit of a mess. That being said, he does distract backline, whereas there's pressure elsewhere, so this is still very winnable for O2. Even now, it's still winnable. They have a nice little crossfire setup here. Is it going to matter? No, Marvel's not going to disengage. Yeah, I don't know. I like the concept of early pressure there, but I was expecting it not to just be Knife. I was also expecting Marvel to actually pressure off of this and Opener as well. And instead, it's basically Knife going in by himself before his team even gets to the point. And so he dies before... Look. Marvel just now touches it on point, or actually starts to engage, and Knife is already dead. Not good. Like, again, the timing of O2 Blast is killer. Like, absolutely killer. Every time Fixa trolls a beat, as I spittle all over my hand, they goof up, significantly goof up the timing elsewhere.
MN9 playing was true for MN3. 6 final blows to only 3 deaths. You start to see some of that. O2 Blast were consistently down for.
So Hanzo, this is probably my least favorite point in Antarctica. I don't know how you guys feel about this one. Yeah, that's probably true, Gregor. So I hate this point on Antarctica. The last point that's going to happen if they play the third point is my favorite. But I hate this point so much. It's like it can't make up its mind whether it wants to be short or long sightline, and it's really ugly at both. There's too many... Here's my problem with this point. There's too many aspects of this point that aren't very usable. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's too many particular spots that aren't very viable to use. And so a lot of the map feels wasted. You know? And I think that's a problem. Kasinka, it was a parroted opinion by a lot of people that watched this match with how close it was and how exciting it was. I think the level of play is not great. I would say mid-tier at best, but the result, the hype of the match itself, the fun of watch of it was very exciting.
This one up cleanly is Marvel once again going to be coming out here on the jungle.
So there's a Junker Queen anti-Winston, the Sojourn Winston. I actually like Seoul's comp into this because it's like saying, oh, you want to play anti-dive? Well, that's okay. We have a Hanzo. So, you know, screw you with your little Sojourn like garbage. So I think Seoul's at a reasonable comp to play here.
Take them out with relative ease. We'll see if it goes their way as it has in the past.
They will be able to control high ground O2 Blast because of the Queen and the Lucio speed. So basically what Seoul wants to do is leverage point, force somebody to drop to point, either Queen or Mei, and then take angles from there. Like Onabrik can get from here, Trisha can get from here, Winston can control high. Now, like now do you see that the Queen has dropped, so now Hanzo and Winston can take that high ground away, and that's exactly what happens. So a bit of a mistake from O2 Blast. I think it would have been better to have like their Mei drop first, and be more attentive to, like, this is a great punish from Mag, right? Mag is able to take that high and just they're slowly losing pace. Now this is cool though. Cute little flank there from Knife. He actually causes a lot of pressure, forces Winston bubble in the chaos. I don't know if it was indirectly or directly. There's a nice knife from Marvel. Mag just sits there and takes it. I love the little shenanigans that we're seeing from some of the DPS players from O2. It's a shame that Knife dies. It's a big nade from high ground, and this is kind of like this is the Coliseum, right? Where if there's too many angles taken by the dive team, you're just gonna die in point. Like the Ana has high, the Hanzo's high, the Winston's on high. And that's kind of what happens. They're able to get first cap, but they're just able to whittle them down. So nice execution from Seoul for the most part there. Remove the glass, indeed, yes.
As O2 Blast swapping the comp around a little bit further, probe now onto the Reaper. All this to challenge
Reaper comp.
to shut him down on the Winston and Mag.
Okay, more punish on point. Tracer will be able to contest angles for you a little bit. Obviously, this is the problem though. Like, you're not going to have any point contests now. As long as Mag doesn't feed, this should be fine. Yeah. Does this go to round 3, guys? Something has to happen here because Seoul looks pretty comfy composition-wise. Somebody has to mess up. Somebody has to mess up. Who messes up? Is it MN3 or is it Fixa? I'm typecasting now. Is it MN3 or is it Fixa? There's the shout. There's the Kitsune rush.
Out. Marvel holding onto the rampage. Angie, in the meantime, just drop down to below ground to keep that contested as probe goes into the wraith walk to try to stay alive.
Okay. A lot of stuff being used. Could really go either way. There's the Junker Queen ult. Fixa gets the kill. But MN3 gets tagged by that somehow. That's crazy. But that's okay, because like a lot of ults being used here, and you can easily stall this one out. Zest is still not hitting the pulse bombs, ladies and gentlemen. Like that's you gotta hit your pulses here, I think.
Now rampage across does find 2. Shield bash will get knifed, but MN3 gonna be bled out.
So there's the beat. Seoul can honestly just disengage this entirely. They can even give points. Skew needs to run away. They do run away. Really nice stall here by Mag, especially considering they're on Reaper Queen. He's gonna drop. He doesn't die. That's a monstrous nade. How do they lose this, guys? This is Why is Fixa in the middle of their team? Why? Like, you can push here. Fixa bashes in, and he's literally frontlining. Oh man. Man. So Zest dies unnecessarily. So he goes forward, gets a little greedy, gets punished. It's a great catch. Fixa dies. I was wondering how this happened. I should have known.
However, Vaughn,
I should have known.
so much space and
I should have had. There was zero doubt in my mind as to who was at fault here. I don't want to finger point, but I'm pointing my fingers. All 10 of them.
90% online for Seoul Infernal, not quite 89. But
Sojourn swap is good versus this comp. There's a lot of mobility this comp, so like you want to have a defensive cooldown, and Sojourn's got it, right?
Mag surviving here would be humongous. Now you can.
Okay, I will say this, guys. Mag really playing good. I freaking love Mag this game. He's not played perfectly by any means, but freaking Mag. Telling you, this guy played really well so far this match. He's played well on Winston. He played pretty well on Ryan. He played fairly well on Orisa from what we saw. We didn't see a whole lot, but especially that Winston. Oh man, it's good. Now it's cool. It's interesting that Infernal are committing here. There's the nade. I don't know where Fix-It is.
Actually,
This could very well be a fight winner here.
down. This might not have the nano clock here, but still just pushing around the back.
Fix-It gets the kill in Irony. Very nice play from Fix-It. Breaking the typecast. Mag, oh, barely dies.
Flip back through for the Infernal. Now 90% moving up final fight territory. Mag still down, but without knife, without opener, I don't know if you can really try to go for a contest here. It's going to be down to the wire.
They should be able to touch. They've got Kitsune as well, so it's actually more important that Infernal survives this than anything else. I don't think that they're gonna win this fight, or like at least flat out. Like right now, just survive, just kite, just live. And that's it, right? And there it is. Like look at Mag. Like it just feels like Mag just doesn't take damage. It feels like he just doesn't take damage. He's so good at playing around that bubble. What's gonna happen now? Let's go. Good rally. They get the push. What happens? Oh, MN3 gets pulsed. Good pulse by knife. I mean, that's a killer right there. Pulse storm is tough, man. Like, and then now you have no damage to finish kills off. It's okay. Soul can reset.
yeah, good pulse bomb.
What do you think of Marvel as a player? I think he's played okay. I don't think his monkey was quite as good as Mag's. But his team support is also not as good as Mag's, I don't think. The coordination for O2 has been a lot worse.
Still though, the overclock could be key here. Nano coming through as well. I think Nano clock is the combo.
Might just be sound barrier though. Going to be used aggressively. They want to take the fight. They want to win this right here.
Oh, crucial error here from the Soul Infernal here.
I think Nano clock is the combo.
So they end up using the nade aggressively, but they're not in a position to be able to kite out the beat rush. O2 is able to pull the trigger on them and close the distance quickly. And the crucial mistake from Skewed here is he hits the sleep, but instead of giving respect, he overstays his welcome. And not only does he, I think his nade actually gets Suzu'd, but he needs to survive here, and he doesn't survive. It's a good juke there, but it doesn't matter. That's tragic. Absolutely tragic from Infernal. Infernal have to ult track that better and play that one better. It's the second fight in a row, along with the Reaper Death Blossom, when Infernal need to do lose cons, right? Where it's like the idea is that, like, okay, we're at an advantage here, but we know what they have, and we know what they're going to do with it. We have to play around that. They waste the ult track when they play like that. Really tough support play from Infernal that fight there.
3 rounds on our last map here of control.
This is the match of this O2 Blast to finally face going the.
I mean, Korean Contenders has always been top tier, you know, like, I think that's been the case. Okay, guys, this is it. Hold on to your butt cheeks. We're about to get real. Counter comp opened up by Soul Infernal. Wow. Right from the get-go. This is, now I don't know who wins this first fight, but Soul should win it. Soul should win it. The Sojourn is a little bit of a, you know, it's solid, but the Ramacha and May really should ruin these guys. This is, we think you're probably going to open dive, to me. Now, I don't know what it's like on live, but Ramacha on this patch dunks on Junker Queen.
Off the rip. Mag, though, on a ram. So, unfortunately, this is bad luck for O2. They gambled for the Junker Queen versus Wilson matchup.
Exactly what Avril is saying there. So they're going to be able to get this high ground control real fast. And unless they're able to set up a tracer flank, this should be a fight win for Seoul.
Whether or not he's just going to swap off of it immediately should he die.
I don't know, Spartan. Maybe they think that they can get a nice sightline. With same reason why you'd open Soldier and Esperanza would be my guess. You think that you can get a nice sightline and get some early play? He's still decent in the Queen? Okay.
Getting ready to unlock everything to play for now.
I mean, this is a pretty nice sightline. Soldier is getting good damage here. But if you get the Mei on him, he's cooked. There he is, right? Look, it completely loses his angle. Mag forces the brawl a little early. I would have liked a lot more patience from Infernal here. So I would have liked to have seen a quicker Mei angle here, and then more patience from Mag to play his space, to play cover. I think Mag forces the brawl here too hard, too fast. I think he just needs to play cover and spam, controlling space with his Sojourn and his Mei. I think that's a mistake from Mag.
Throws in the immortality field, but Zess is going to fall. Knife gets the elimination. The rest of the team just backpedaling over towards the spawn room as fast as they possibly can.
Yeah, they gotta
one of the advantages of Vermacho is you can keep more pressure on the Queen, and she can't really initiate a brawl with you as long as you have your Nemesis for him, because he won't die. But I think the Cassie's a good swap here. I don't think Mag played that one well. Zest does a good job clearing out the Soldier angle, but everything is happening too fast. Like, Seoul had the high ground, they had the left side, they had main, and yet they ran it down. They just needed to chill. The Cassie's a good swap. Doesn't hit the pulse. They do actually do a flip rotate. Kind of cool.
Matrix now invested, skewed here, using it on the low ground as Knife again. Being noted, has to dash away. Immortality field going to be cleaned up. Mag continues to take quite a bit of damage here at the front lines.
It still feels like Mag may be forcing these brawls a little too soon. Nice boop there. Nice catch and opener feeds. Soldier should die. He doesn't. My man is absolutely skating. Skewed, gets caught. A little too close. Aim-in-3 is going to die as well. They commit the Blizzard. Another big boop. They're going to commit beat. Risky, but they get it off, and they're up 1, so now they're good to go. Fix it dies. Really messy fight from Infernal. Do not look comfortable playing into this whatsoever.
At above 70% from the start.
Marvel every single time Marvel wanted to go for a carnage, never landed the axe swing. And he had Fixer dead to rights a couple of times while Fixer was on super low HP, but he survives, and if Fixer dies...
Yeah, Fixer's boops are very big.
Ends up turning the fight around and giving the Soul Infernal the ability to walk up into the O2 Blast squad.
The Ash swap, okay.
Attack visor probe as well and survive.
Point pressure. They're going to drop the Mei. That's a wise choice. Ramacha going around. Ramacha pops ult really early. Not a good Ramacha ult. They should be able to kite that one out pretty easily. They do commit the beat though, which doesn't feel entirely necessary. And they also bully the Ashe off of high ground, so that's big. Okay? They don't support the Ashe though. See, this is what confuses me a little bit here, right? Like, or the Sojourn, excuse me. You get the high ground here, but maybe it's just like a listening thing, but like Probe can't be pushing the angle by himself here while they're pushing the angle over here. There's definitely like a little bit of a split, right? He needs to survive. He might actually die here. That's gonna cost Suzu. It's just little mistakes like that, you know, and then Marvel dies because there's no Suzu. So Marvel doesn't get Suzu. If Marvel gets Suzu here, he also re-peaks here, and he easily was able to get through the corner, and they're able to kite this out, maybe win the fight. It's ugly, man. It's little things like that that is why the result was what it was.
Across on a Probe, sort of build up for the Bob.
Unfortunately, I only had to spend a Suzu to keep Probe alive, and as Marvel fell low in his 1v1 against Mag,
yeah, Avril's picking up on it.
Available to keep Marvel up instead, so a bunch of damage on a Probe early, forces the cooldowns. O2 Blast end up losing.
Avril's so cool. Avril is that man is tight. That man is tight. If you've got Michael Jackson, you've got Steve McQueen, you got Morgan Freeman, and you got Avril. Talking about smooth.
Marvel losing the flight and the extra amp makes it from Scoot as well.
The man's smoother than greased butter.
The Bob this time around. Still waiting for ultimates from O2 Blast. They need something soon. The Bob this time around. Still waiting for ultimates from O2 Blast. They need something soon.
Ash on high. Can he defend himself? He's by himself. This is not good. He uses the Bob. He's not by himself. He gets pocket. The Bob is fine. Controls the angle. Will it create a split? It will. Kiriko gets caught with the pants down. And 2. Wow. They're doing a great... Like, you got to support your DPS there. You got to support your DPS.
Suddenly, the lead, 85%, the final fight territory is here for Seoul Infernal.
It's hard to do, right? Catching everything like he does.
But it's the ultimates, like you say. O2 Blast didn't have ults in the last fight, but they do this time around. It's going to have to be a last second touch. Knife in position to go for it.
Okay. Last fight. O2 Blast wins this by probably Kitsune rushing the high ground, or Kitsune rushing main and rushing high ground with Sojourn Lucio. That would be my recommendation, or maybe even Tracer. You could have like Kiri, Junker Queen on main, and then 3-man probably catch MN3. MN3 probably dies, or even catch the BAP. Like, there's no way they should win this fight. And then if you need to, you could probably use this or use this. I think O2 Blast is going to kick themselves if they don't win this one, which, you know. There's a Kitsune on main. Do they take high? They don't. They sit on the floor. Oh, man. There's your match nerves. There's just no way that Infernal should be allowed to stay top. Do you see how they're all hiding? It's too easy to hide. It's too easy to hide. There's the high ground push, but it's too late. Now it's too late. And it's also desynced, and he's not supported. They get the kill in May. The Blizzard goes off. There's an ugly trade. There's suffering. Mag is like absolutely sweating. He keeps the suffering alive. Aw, disaster.
And despite their best efforts, the Seoul Infernal will be
man.
O2 Blast, they will stop their 31.
That is disaster. Poor guys. Yeah, so good game. Very enjoyable to watch. Very, very enjoyable to watch. I don't know if they got Rampage off. Yeah, sure. Fixa definitely played poorly. Mag definitely played well. MN3 just played like MN3. Had some great pop-off moments. Fed a couple of times. That's just what you're going to get with MN3. Zest was a little bit quiet. I don't think his Tracer play was quite as good, but it wasn't bad. It was serviceable. I think O2 Blast looks solid. I think the synchronicity, whether that's through match nerves or just through not being quite as good of a team, was by far their biggest factor. And then obviously, I think Infernal made some... the one thing I gotta say about MN3 is the Sombra just wasn't it. The Sombra just wasn't it.
Upset. Watch Mag reaction.
Look at this guy. I mean, this man's back has to ache. That is Mag like actually dragging his team to victory there. I mean, didn't play quite as well the last round, but honestly, Mag played really well this match. I think who got player of the match here? If MN3 gets it, I'm gonna be upset. Who got player of the match? Ah, man. I don't think. I think it should have been Mag. Thank you for the sub, by the way, Alfatello. But yeah, I mean, I think Infernal definitely deserves that one. Close game both ways, so really, really, really close game. Very enjoyable. Yeah, very enjoyable match. I could see why people think that was the match of the year. I definitely get it. I definitely get it. By far the most close and engaging match. Some of those fights were like absolutely crazy. Yeah, of course, Barry. Yeah, what usually happens with player of the match is because, you know, the casters or the desk don't have time to like sit there and analyze for 6 years. They just go like, okay, who popped off? And who have we not picked recently? You know? I mean, they did that. Yeah, that's exactly what happens. So it's not that big of a deal. But, you know, it's still funny to, you know, go, you know, whatever. Skewed has won all except one internal. Okay, well then, man, that's a shame. Really? I didn't know that. That makes sense. That makes sense about the picking the match. That's unfortunate because I think Mag deserved it even at halfway point. I think Mag was consistently playing well. I think King's Row is a much different map without mag, as is the first map. Okay, you guys have any questions? And before they fix that, yeah. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing with support. Like, we have to understand that support is one of the more thankless roles, where you're gonna do your job, run of the mill, do your job, and if you feed, people are gonna make fun of you. That's just how it's gonna happen, especially when we don't have the replay viewer to like actually check stuff out, right? So we gotta cut Fixa a little bit of slack. That being said, some of the mistakes that you're making, just not, unless they were making up for it with crazy pop-offs elsewhere, which we weren't seeing necessarily. It's just too many mistakes, too many really, really, really big mistakes, fight losing mistakes, back to back to back to back, right? Even so, I wouldn't say Fix is a bad support player. Just had a bad game. Just had a bad game. And a lot of support, especially main support, is like there are pop-off moments, but everybody can pop off at main support at the Overwatch League level. Instead, it's about doing the really basic, mundane stuff and not making mistakes at it. And Fixa made simply too many mistakes. First Spiral came for Vindime, now he's thinking his fight. Man, I'm on the main support train. I'm gonna absolutely destroy every main support as I go through. Who's next? What main support can I throw into the best next? It's only a matter of time. Support, you do your job, nobody notices, you die, nobody notices. Pretty much, at least with main support. But that's also like such an important thing for main support, is to do your job and to be quiet, right? Flex support, there's more pop off, but yeah. Do you think Infernal is winning to their bracket? I don't know. Can somebody link me the bracket? Astro, quick hide from Spilo. Well, I can't flame Astro. Astro's collab with me. Astro's a buddy. Astro's a real one. So if I flame Astro, then he's gonna hit me. I don't want Astro to hit me. Are you considering doing a current patch Queen comp breakdown? Not likely. Not likely, maybe. I went for Lasher before Vindime. Yeah, that's true. I did go for Lasher. That's true. I even went a little bit for Violet before then. Be a real Shock fan, blame FD God? Yeah, true. I'm way behind on my FD God blame. FD God stole my wife. Hate that guy. Alright, let's check out this bracket. What do we got here? Dallas, yeah, I think they take that. I mean, yeah, I think they take this. I think they take this. I think Dallas has looked a little bit tighter recently. But barring another O2 Blast matchup, unless, you know, maybe Fixa takes his meds that day or something, you know, I think SBG has also looked decent. I watched a little bit of their match versus Dallas. They didn't look too shabby. I don't know. I think Infernal. And then here, this one could go either way, you know? Like, who's gonna show up, you know? Who's gonna show up, I think. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, chat. I'm gonna go lie down very, very, very still. Loves and kisses. I'm gonna try and edit this one down at least a teeny bit before posting on YouTube, but it should be, we'll see what we can do. All right, chat. I will be back on Thursday, variety educational stream. I will be doing all sorts of fun stuff. Ask Spilo, maybe some map guides. We might do some TikTok roasts. We'll have some fun. Then Saturday, companion stream. You guys know the routine. I'm gonna toss a raid over to It's Toko. I have no idea who this person is, but they're playing Doomfist and they look nice, so we're gonna toss them a raid. Loves and kisses. Everybody hop in. Give them a follow. Blow them a kiss. You're very welcome. Cheers for all the subs. Cheers for all the chatters. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your week. I will see you guys on Thursday. 3, 2, 1. Farewell!